Hello there. If you're listening to this right now, you're probably a lot like I used to be. Someone who stays busy, achieves certain things, but still finds yourself wide awake at 3 a.m. with your mind racing through worries. I'm David. To be honest, I'm not really an expert on anything. I'm just someone who was lucky enough to hear some extraordinary stories, and I think you might want to hear them too. It all started with a chance encounter a few years ago at a small coffee shop in Palo Alto. I was sitting there working when I noticed the man at the table next to me seemed different. Not different in a weird way, but different in how calm he appeared. In a city where everyone seems stressed out, he radiated a kind of peace that I rarely see. I'm not usually the type to strike up conversations with strangers, but something about him made me curious. Eventually, I asked him what he was working on, and that's when I met Marcus. Marcus had been the founder of a cryptocurrency startup. Just like you might expect from any Silicon Valley story, there had been incredible highs. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. But then, as you can probably guess, everything collapsed. What surprised me wasn't his failure story. We hear plenty of those in Silicon Valley. It was how Marcus responded to it. I've met many entrepreneurs after they've failed, and usually they're either bitter or trying to hide their pain. But Marcus was different. He talked about losing hundreds of millions of dollars like he was sharing an interesting lesson. I honestly didn't understand it. How can you be so calm about this? I asked, probably being a bit too direct. Marcus smiled softly, not the kind of cynical smile I usually see from people who've had major failures. I was lucky to meet a very special teacher, he said. He helped me understand that failure isn't the end of the story. It's just one chapter in a much longer book. To be completely honest, at first I thought those were just empty, consoling words. But there was something about the way Marcus said it, not just the words, but his whole demeanor, that made me want to understand more. That conversation got me so curious that I couldn't stop thinking about it. Over the following weeks, I reached out to Marcus again and asked more questions. He told me about other people, doctors, lawyers, entrepreneurs, even people in entertainment, who seem to have found what I, and maybe you, are still looking for: how to be successful without feeling completely exhausted. I have to admit, I was pretty skeptical at first. It sounded too good to be true. But Marcus introduced me to a few of these people, and it's hard to explain, but there was something different about them. I spent quite a bit of time listening to their stories. Madison, a young woman with millions of followers who felt so lonely she wanted to give up everything. Dr. Martinez, a surgeon who always felt drained because she cared too much about her patients. Jennifer, a family lawyer who used to think she only knew how to break things apart instead of healing them. Each story was different, But they all had one thing in common. These people had found a way to not just be successful on paper, but to feel at peace with themselves. I don't dare say that I understand everything they learned. Actually, I'm still learning. But what I've heard, it's changed how I look at work, success, and finding meaning in everyday life. Tonight, I want to share these stories with you, not because I think I have all the answers, but because I think they might mean something to you like they've meant to me. Maybe you're also looking for a way to not just succeed at work, but feel at peace with yourself. Maybe you also wake up at 3 a.m. wondering if there's a better way to live. I can't promise that these stories will have all the answers you're looking for. But they've helped me, and maybe they'll help you find a new way of looking at everyday challenges. So if you're ready, go ahead and get comfortable. Find a position that feels good. Let your shoulders relax. Take a few deep breaths. We'll start with Marcus, the man whose chance encounter at that coffee shop opened up a whole world I never knew existed. And maybe, after hearing his story, you'll also see a new possibility that you'd never considered before. So we begin with Marcus Chen, and the story I call The Impermanence Master. Now, I know impermanence sounds like some distant philosophical concept, but bear with me. Because what Marcus learned about accepting that everything changes, success, failure, even the worst kinds of pain, saved his life. And it might just change how you look at your own professional challenges. I want you to imagine this. You're 34 years old. You've built a company from nothing into a 200 million empire. People call you a genius. Magazines write about you. Your family is proud. Then, in 1 week, it all disappears. Not just the money. Everything. Your reputation. Your relationships. Employees look at you like you betrayed them. Investors threaten to sue you. And you're standing there, realizing that everything you thought about yourself, your entire identity, was tied to numbers in a bank account. That's exactly what happened to Marcus. And instead of letting it destroy him, it taught him one of the most important lessons any professional can learn. Sometimes our greatest losses open up our greatest opportunities. But before we get to that part, let me tell you how Marcus got there. Marcus Chen wasn't born to fail. Actually, everything in his life pointed toward success. He grew up in San Jose with immigrant parents who worked double shifts so they could send their son to Stanford. Marcus didn't just get into Stanford. He graduated summa cum laude with a computer science degree, then went straight to Harvard for his MBA. After Harvard, Goldman Sachs recruited him. 2 years in their quantitative trading division, where he created algorithms that made millions for the firm. Everyone said he had a bright future on Wall Street. But Marcus had other ideas. In 2020, when the world started paying attention to cryptocurrency, he saw an opportunity. Not just to make money, but to build something meaningful. A platform that could democratize investing, make financial technology accessible to everyone. So he left Goldman Sachs. His family thought he'd lost his mind. "Why would you leave such a good job?" his mother asked. But Marcus had a vision. With $2 million in savings and loans, he launched CryptoVault, a cryptocurrency investment platform designed for ordinary investors. Not the scary, complicated stuff most people thought about crypto. Just a simple, safe way to participate in the future of money. And it worked. God, did it work? In the first 6 months, they had 0 users. By month 12, that number was 100, 0. By year 2, CryptoVault was managing over 200 million in client assets. Marcus was 34 years old and running one of the fastest growing fintech startups in Silicon Valley. Forbes wrote about him. TechCrunch called him the crypto genius of his generation. He spoke at conferences, was invited on podcasts, and was even approached by a Hollywood producer about making a movie of his story. Marcus thought he had it all figured out. He had a clear strategy, a great team, and the best technology in the industry. What could possibly go wrong? Then November 2022 came. Sam Bankman-Fried. The FTX collapse. And like dominoes falling, the entire cryptocurrency market began to crumble. In 1 week, just 1 week, CryptoVault lost 85% of its value. Clients panicked and withdrew their money. Investors stopped returning calls. Banks froze credit lines. Marcus did everything he could. He worked 20-hour days. He sold his apartment, his car, everything to keep the company running. But it was like trying to stop a flood with bare hands. By December, CryptoVault was bankrupt. 200 million had become nothing. Worse, Marcus personally owed 3 million from loans he'd signed to keep the company afloat. And that's when his real life started falling apart. I'll never forget how Marcus described that night to me. December 15th, 2022. 4 a.m. He hadn't slept in 3 days. Not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the faces of clients who had trusted him with their life savings. He heard the voices of employees he'd had to lay off. He felt the weight of knowing that he hadn't just failed himself, he'd dragged thousands of other people down with him. He'd tried everything. Called other investors. Searched for emergency funding. Even begged banks for more time. But nobody wanted anything to do with a crypto company in the middle of this crisis. The worst part wasn't losing the money. It was feeling like his entire identity had evaporated. For 34 years, Marcus had been the successful one. The excellent student. The Harvard graduate. The Goldman Sachs analyst. The successful founder. And now what was he? A failure with $3 million in debt and a ruined reputation. He remembered sitting in the tiny studio apartment he'd rented after selling his penthouse, staring at the wall and thinking, this can't be my life. This can't be how the story ends. That's when he decided to drive to the Golden Gate Bridge. Marcus told me he wasn't entirely sure what he planned to do when he got there. He just knew he needed to escape the pain. And at 4 a.m. on December 15th, standing on the world's most famous bridge, there seemed to be only one way out. He parked his car and walked to the middle of the bridge. San Francisco Bay stretched below, black as ink in the pre-dawn darkness. Cold wind cut through his thin jacket, but he barely felt it. He felt numb, hollow, like everything that made Marcus Chen had been sucked out of him. He thought about his parents, who had sacrificed so much to give him this chance. He thought about the employees who had believed in his vision. He thought about the clients who had trusted him with their life savings. I failed all of them, he whispered to the wind. I can't live with this. He climbed onto the railing. And that's when his phone rang. At 4:23 a.m., with his feet dangling over San Francisco Bay, Marcus looked down at his phone screen and saw a number he didn't recognize. In any other situation, he wouldn't have answered. But something, maybe a final desperation for human connection, made him swipe to answer. Marcus? A gentle voice said. A voice with a slight Asian accent, warm and calm. My name is Lama Tenzin. I know this sounds strange, but I think you might need someone to talk to right now. Marcus stood there, still on the railing, phone pressed to his ear, completely confused. How do you know my number? How do you know? I have a friend at Goldman Sachs, the Lama said. She was in a similar situation a few years ago. She gave me your name. Marcus felt his legs trembling on the cold metal. I don't know what you're talking about. Marcus, the Lama's voice became even gentler. Are you standing somewhere high right now? Because I want you to step down. Right now. Something about the way the Lama spoke, not commanding, not begging, just a gentle invitation back to life, made Marcus step down from the railing. He didn't know why. He just did. Good, the Lama said, as if he could sense that Marcus was safe. Now, I want you to breathe with me. Just breathe. In and out. Can we do that? For the next 10 minutes, standing on the Golden Gate Bridge as dawn began to break in the east, Marcus breathed with a complete stranger. And with each breath, something inside him began to shift. Not that the pain went away. It was still there, sharp and real as ever. But something else appeared alongside it. A small space. A possibility that this, too, might change. Marcus, the Lama finally said, are you ready to learn something that might change how you see what just happened to you? Marcus looked out over the bay, where the sun was now painting golden streaks across the water. I don't know if I'm ready for anything. That's a perfect beginning, the Lama chuckled. Because what I want to share with you doesn't require you to be ready. It just requires you to be open to the possibility that failure isn't the end of your story. It might be the beginning of a better one. Three days later, Marcus Chen was sitting in a small circle with 6 other strangers at the Dharma Mountain Center, an hour's drive from Crestone, Colorado. He didn't know how he'd gotten there. Lama Tenzin had extended the invitation, and something inside Marcus, maybe the same thing that had made him answer that phone call, had said yes. Welcome, the Lama said, looking around the circle. Each of you is here for a reason. Not because of fate. Not because of chance. But because you're ready for a different understanding of success, failure, and what it means to live a purposeful life. And that's when Marcus began to learn about a concept that would save his life: impermanence. Impermanence, Lama Tenzin explained, is one of the core insights of Buddhism. But it's not some religious or abstract philosophical idea. It's a fundamental fact about how the world works. Everything changes, the Lama said simply. Your success changes. Your failure changes. Even the pain you're feeling right now, it will change too. But But impermanence isn't just about accepting that everything ends. It's about understanding that because everything changes, attaching our identity to any specific outcome, good or bad, creates suffering. Marcus, the Lama said in one of their private conversations, you didn't fail because you lost money. You're suffering because you think losing money means something about your essential nature has changed. But who you really are was never those numbers in your bank account. This sounds simple, but for someone like Marcus, someone who had spent his entire life building identity around achievement, it was a revolutionary concept. The Lama taught Marcus about the Four Noble Truths, the four basic insights the Buddha taught about the nature of suffering. First, suffering exists. This isn't pessimistic, it's realistic. We all experience loss, failure, disappointment. It's part of being alive. Second, suffering arises from attachment. We suffer not because of what happens to us, but because of how we cling to wanting things to be different. Third, suffering can end. When we learn to let go, not give up on our goals, but release our identity from outcomes, we find freedom. And fourth, there's a path to that freedom. Not some mystical or religious path, but a practical way to live and work differently. For Marcus, this meant learning to distinguish between Marcus the person and Marcus the CEO of CryptoVault. The company's collapse didn't mean his collapse as a human being. It just meant one chapter of his story had ended, and a new chapter could begin. But how do I build anything if I don't hold on to outcomes? Marcus asked. The Lama smiled. You build with the understanding that everything can change. You work hard, you plan carefully, you try your best. But you hold the results lightly. Like holding a bird, tight enough that it doesn't fly away, but not so tight that you hurt it. Now, I know this might sound a bit abstract. So let me share how Marcus actually applied this in his real life. First, he learned to start each day with what he calls a reality check on impermanence. Instead of waking up and immediately checking email or market news, he spends 5 minutes reminding himself that whatever happens today, good or bad, will ultimately change. This seems like a small detail, but it transformed his entire approach to work. Instead of starting each day anxious about controlling outcomes, he begins focused on process. Second, when he was finally ready to start a new project, he applied what he'd learned about effortless effort. He still works hard. Actually, in some ways, he works harder because he's not wasting energy worrying about things outside his control. But when challenges arise, and they always do, he has a different way of responding. Instead of panicking or despairing, he'll stop and ask, "Here's the situation. It will change. What's my wisest response right now?" That simple question has saved him hours of stress and thousands of dollars in poor decisions. Third, he redefined success. Instead of measuring himself only by revenue or valuation, he started tracking what he calls meaning metrics. How many people is he helping? What is he learning? Is he becoming a better version of himself? The result? Marcus now runs a small but profitable fintech consulting company. It's not crypto vault. It's not valued at hundreds of millions. But it's sustainable, it's meaningful, and most importantly, Marcus can sleep at night. He still faces stress. He still has difficult days. But he no longer defines himself by them. Because he understands a simple truth that most of us forget: this too will change. So as you lie there, reflecting on Marcus's story, I want to leave you with a few questions to think about. First, what are you clinging to in your professional life? Is it a specific job title? A certain salary? Recognition from others? Just notice, without judgment, what you might have attached your identity to. Second, if those things disappeared tomorrow, not because you did anything wrong, but just because life changes, who would you still be? What about you would remain, regardless of your job title or bank balance? And third, how might your professional life change if you approached it with the understanding that everything, success, failure, challenges, opportunities, is ultimately temporary? These aren't questions that need to be answered right now. Just let them sit there in your quiet mind as we prepare to move to the next story. Because from the mountains of Colorado, where Marcus learned about impermanence, our journey now takes us to the bustling city of Los Angeles, where a young woman with 15 million followers is about to discover something that will change how she sees authenticity, influence, and finding your true self in a world that seems to reward pretending. Let's meet Madison Torres. From Marcus's story about learning to let go, we now move to Los Angeles, and a story I call the Authenticity Revolution. I want you to think about this for a minute. In the world we live in, how many times do you feel pressure to present a perfect version of yourself? At work, on social media, even with family and friends? Now imagine that pressure magnified by 15 million. That's exactly what Madison Torres faced every single day. Madison is one of the most successful content creators I've ever met. 15 million followers across platforms. 2 million in annual revenue. major brands lining up to work with her. From the outside, her life looked like a dream. But there was one big problem. Madison had become so good at performing happiness that she'd forgotten what actually feeling happy was like. And one night, sitting in her Beverly Hills penthouse surrounded by all the markers of success, Madison realized she couldn't remember the last time she'd laughed for real. Not laughed for the camera. Not laughed to create content. But laughed because she actually felt joy. That's when everything started to change. But before we get to Madison's transformation story, let me tell you how she got there. Madison Torres didn't start out planning to become an influencer. Actually, her original plan was completely different. She grew up in Orange County, dreaming of becoming a psychologist. Not for the money, though her parents, both accountants, certainly hoped she'd choose something more stable. Madison wanted to help people because she understood what loneliness and anxiety felt like. You see, Madison had struggled through high school. Insecure about her appearance, difficulty making friends, always feeling like she didn't belong anywhere. Psychology seemed like a way to understand herself and maybe help other people going through similar things. So she went to UCLA, majored in psychology, and planned to continue on for her PhD. But then 2019 came, and with it, TikTok. At first, Madison just posted little videos about mental health. Simple tips for managing anxiety, self-care techniques, things she'd learned studying psychology. Nothing fancy, just honest conversations from her dorm room. But something about the way Madison spoke, the combination of psychological knowledge and relatability, resonated with people. Her first video about 5 ways to feel better in 5 minutes hit 100, 0 views in a week. She started posting more regularly. More lifestyle content. Less psychology, more fitness, fashion, travel. Because that's what people wanted to see. And with each video, her following grew. By senior year, Madison had 2 million followers and was making more money than any new psychology graduate could hope for. The decision seemed obvious. She dropped her PhD plans and became a full-time content creator. Her family worried. Content creation isn't a real career, her mother said. But Madison had an agent, a manager, and brands wanting to pay her 6 figures to advertise their products. For the next 3 years, everything went according to plan. 2 million became 5 million. 5 million became 10 million. 10 million became 15 million. Brands from Nike to Sephora wanted to work with her. She was invited to exclusive events, photographed for magazines, even approached by a Netflix producer about her own show. Madison Torres, at 28, was one of the most successful influencers of her generation. She had everything that everyone thinks success looks like. But there was one problem nobody knew about. Every day, she woke up feeling like she was dying inside. Because somewhere on the road from helping people to entertaining them, Madison had lost herself. She'd become so good at performing happiness that she'd forgotten what actually feeling happy was like. And one night in March 2023, everything reached a breaking point. I'll never forget how Madison described that night to me. She calls it the night I almost died from being myself. It was a Tuesday in March, around 10 p.m. Madison had just finished a full day of content creation, 3 TikTok videos, an Instagram post, and a 1-hour live stream about confidence and positivity. She'd smiled, danced, and told 0 viewers about loving yourself and living your best life. But when the cameras turned off, Madison sat in her Beverly Hills penthouse, an apartment she barely ever actually stayed in because she was always traveling for content and felt completely empty. She walked into the bathroom, looked in the mirror, and saw a stranger looking back. Not Madison Torres, the girl from Orange County, who wanted to help people with mental health. But Madison Torres, the brand, the product, the performance. I realized I hadn't been myself in years, she told me later. I didn't even know who myself was anymore. That night, something inside her broke. She'd been performing happiness for so long that she'd forgotten what genuine emotion felt like. She was successful by every external measure, but inside she felt like she was suffocating. Madison opened her laptop and started typing. Not a script for tomorrow's content. Not captions for sponsored posts. Just truth. About how lonely she felt despite having millions of followers. About how the pressure to be constantly positive was crushing her. About how she sometimes looked at her life and wondered if this was all there was. She wrote for 3 hours. Pages and pages of everything she'd never been able to say on camera. When she finished, she looked at what she'd written and realized she had 2 choices. She could delete it and go back to performing happiness, or she could share it and risk everything. At 1:47 a.m., Madison posted the most honest thing she'd ever written on Instagram. No filters. No perfect lighting. Just her, looking exhausted, with a caption that began, "I need to tell you something. I'm not okay." haven't been okay for a long time. And I'm tired of pretending. She went to bed expecting to wake up to career suicide. Instead, she woke up to something she hadn't experienced in years: genuine human connection. Her phone had thousands of messages, but they weren't angry or disappointed. They were grateful. People sharing their own struggles. Other creators admitting they felt the same way. Comments like, "Thank you for being real," and "I needed to see this today." Within 24 hours, the post had 2 million likes and 0 comments. But more importantly, Madison felt something she hadn't felt since college: relief. Like she could breathe again. But that relief came with terror. Because now what? How do you go back to creating content when you've just admitted that the content you've been creating was slowly killing you? That's when someone unexpected reached out. "Madison?" The voice on the phone was gentle, with a slight accent. "My name is Dr. Jennifer Park. I'm a psychologist, but I also teach meditation. I saw your post, and I wondered if you might be interested in talking." Dr. Park, it turned out, worked with people in entertainment and media who were struggling with authenticity and public identity. She'd been following Madison's content for months and had recognized the signs of what she called performance exhaustion. "What you're experiencing," Dr. Park told her during their first conversation, "isn't uncommon for people whose work requires them to be on all the time. You've become so good at being the version of yourself that other people want to see that you've lost touch with who you actually are." Dr. Park introduced Madison to something she'd never heard of before: Buddhist teachings about authentic self versus performed self. In Buddhism, Dr. Park explained, we understand that everyone has what we call Buddha nature, an authentic, unchanging core that exists beneath all the roles we play and masks we wear. Your work as an influencer isn't wrong, but when the performance becomes so complete that you lose connection to that authentic core, that's when suffering begins. Madison was skeptical at first. She'd grown up Catholic, and Buddhism seemed foreign and complicated. But Dr. Park made it simple and practical. "Let's start with one question," she said. "When you were a child, before you worried about what anyone else thought, what made you genuinely happy?" Madison thought about it. "Helping people," she said finally. "I used to love when someone felt better because of something I said or did." "And do you still help people?" Dr. Park asked. I don't know," Madison admitted. "I create content that's supposed to make people feel good. But I I don't know if it actually helps anyone. That question started Madison on a journey that would completely transform not just her content, but her entire understanding of what influence could be. Dr. Park taught her about right speech, the Buddhist principle of speaking truthfully and helpfully. Not to show off or gain attention, but to genuinely benefit others. What if, Dr. Park suggested, instead of performing happiness, you started sharing the journey toward genuine happiness? What if your struggles became the bridge that helps other people feel less alone in theirs? Over the next few months, Madison's content began to change. Instead of 5 ways to be confident, she made videos about what I'm learning about confidence while still figuring it out myself. Instead of my perfect morning routine, she shared, some mornings I barely get out of bed, and that's okay too. Her engagement didn't drop. It exploded. Because for the first time in years, people weren't just following Madison Torres the brand. They were connecting with Madison Torres, the human being. But the real transformation wasn't in her numbers. It was in how she felt when she woke up each morning. For the first time since college, she was excited to create content. Not because it would get views or make money, but because it might actually help someone feel less alone. I realized, Madison told me, that authenticity isn't about being perfect or having it all figured out. It's about being honest about the fact that none of us have it all figured out. And somehow, that honesty creates more connection than any performance ever could. What Madison learned through her work with Dr. Park touches on one of the most practical Buddhist teachings for our modern world, the concept of authentic self versus performed self. In Buddhism, this connects to the teaching of right speech, one of the steps on the Noble Eightfold Path. But right speech isn't just about not lying. It's about speaking from a place of genuine intention to help, rather than to impress, manipulate, or gain something for yourself. Dr. Park explained it to Madison this way. Every time you speak or create content, you can ask yourself 3 questions. Is it true? Is it helpful? Is it coming from love rather than ego? For someone whose career depends on public presentation, this was revolutionary. Most content creation is driven by what will get views, likes, engagement. But Buddhist right speech suggests a different motivation. What will genuinely serve the people listening? Madison also learned about what Buddhists call Buddha nature, the idea that everyone has an authentic, unchanging core beneath all the roles they play and identities they perform. The problem, Dr. Park explained, isn't that you were performing. We all perform different roles: professional, family member, friend. The problem was that the performance became so complete that you lost connection to the authentic self underneath. This connects to another Buddhist concept, the middle way. Madison didn't need to stop being an influencer or abandon her career. She just needed to find the balance between serving her audience and staying true to herself. Dr. Park taught her a simple daily practice. Before you create any content, take 3 breaths and ask yourself, who am I serving right now? Am I trying to help someone feel less alone, or am I trying to maintain an image? The difference might seem subtle, but Madison found it transformed everything. Content created from authentic desire to help felt different, to create and connected differently with her audience. But perhaps the most important thing Madison learned was about self-compassion, another core Buddhist teaching. She'd been so harsh with herself for losing authenticity that she was creating more suffering. The fact that you recognized the inauthenticity and chose to change course, Dr. Park told her, that's actually your Buddha nature working. Your authentic self was calling you back home. This reframing helped Madison see her crisis not as a failure, but as a spiritual awakening. She hadn't failed by becoming successful. She'd just temporarily forgotten who she was underneath the success. Buddhism teaches that this kind of forgetting is natural, even inevitable. The practice isn't about never losing ourselves, but about developing the awareness to recognize when we have, and the courage to find our way back. For professionals in any field, not just content creation, this offers a powerful framework. Success that requires you to abandon your authentic self isn't sustainable success. True achievement comes from excellence that emerges from, rather than replaces, who you really are. Madison's transformation wasn't just philosophical, it was intensely practical. Let me share the specific changes she made that you might adapt to your own professional life. First, she developed what she calls the authenticity check. Before any major decision, whether to take a brand deal, create certain content, or even accept speaking engagements, she asks herself 3 questions. Does this align with my actual values? Would I recommend this to someone I care about? Am I doing this from genuine enthusiasm or just because it looks good? This simple practice has saved her from countless decisions that would have felt hollow later. She's turned down lucrative partnerships that didn't align with her values and said yes to smaller opportunities that genuinely excited her. Second, Madison created what she calls truth content alongside her regular content. Once a week, she shares something completely honest about her current struggles, questions, or learning process. Not performed vulnerability for engagement, but genuine transparency about being human. The response has been extraordinary. Her audience engagement is higher than ever, But more importantly, she regularly gets messages from people saying her honesty helped them through difficult times. Third, she redesigned her daily routine around authenticity rather than productivity. Instead of starting each day planning content that would get maximum engagement, she begins with meditation and journaling about what's actually true for her that day. Then she creates from that authentic place. It sounds backwards, she told me, but when I stopped trying to create viral content and started creating honest content, more of it went viral. Because authenticity is actually what people are hungry for. Fourth, Madison established what she calls identity boundaries. She has specific practices to maintain connection to Madison, the person separate from Madison the influencer. Regular time with family and non-industry friends. Hobbies that she doesn't monetize or share online. Time spent helping others without documenting it. Finally, she completely changed how she defines success. Instead of measuring herself primarily by follower count or revenue, she tracks what she calls connection metrics, meaningful comments, messages from people whose lives were genuinely helped, and most importantly, how authentic she feels at the end of each day. The result? Madison's business has actually grown. Brands pay her more because her audience trusts her more. She's happier, healthier, and ironically, more successful by traditional metrics too. But the real victory is simpler. Madison likes herself again. And in a world that profits from insecurity, that might be the most radical act of all. As you reflect on Madison's journey from performed happiness to authentic influence, I want to leave you with some questions that might illuminate your own relationship with authenticity. First, in your professional life, what aspects of yourself do you feel you need to hide or modify to be successful? What would change if you brought more of your authentic self to your work? Second, when you communicate, in meetings, emails, presentations, or casual conversations, how often are you speaking to genuinely help versus speaking to look good? What would right speech look like in your daily professional interactions? Third, if you stripped away all the external markers of your success, job title, salary, recognition, what would remain? Who are you when nobody's watching, and how connected do you feel to that person during your workday? And finally, what would change in your professional relationships if people saw more of your real struggles, questions, and humanity? Are you underestimating people's capacity to connect with authenticity? These questions don't need immediate answers. Let them percolate as we transition from Madison's Los Angeles story to our next journey. From the world of social media and performed perfection, we now move to a place where life and death decisions are made every day, where technical excellence must merge with human compassion, and where one doctor's journey into Buddhist wisdom transformed not just her own practice, but her entire hospital's approach to healing. Let's meet Dr. Sarah Martinez. From Madison's journey of finding authenticity in a world of performance, we now move to a place where authenticity isn't just preferred, it's a matter of life and death. This is the story I call the Compassion Healer. I want you to imagine carrying the weight of other people's lives in your hands every single day. Making split-second decisions where being wrong doesn't just mean a bad quarterly report or negative feedback. It means someone's mother, father, or child doesn't come home. Now imagine doing that for 18 years, through countless emergencies, crisis situations, and recently, a global pandemic that pushed healthcare workers to their absolute limits. That's the world Dr. Sarah Martinez lived in as chief of cardiology at one of San Francisco's busiest hospitals. She was brilliant at her job, the kind of surgeon other doctors called when cases seemed impossible. But there was one problem she couldn't diagnose or operate on: the slow erosion of her own capacity to care without burning out completely. Dr. Martinez had spent so many years focused on technical excellence, the precision of procedures, the accuracy of diagnoses, the efficiency of patient turnover, that she'd begun to forget something crucial. Healing isn't just about fixing what's broken. It's about creating the conditions where wholeness can return. And one day, after losing a patient despite performing technically perfect surgery, Dr. Martinez realized that all her medical training had taught her how to treat diseases, but none of it had taught her how to hold the weight of human suffering without being crushed by it. That realization led her to discover something that medical school never covered: how Buddhist practices of compassion could not only save her from burnout, but actually make her a more effective healer. Dr. Sarah Martinez didn't choose medicine. Medicine chose her. Growing up in a working-class Latino family in East San Jose, Sarah was the first person in her family to go to college, let alone medical school. Her parents, both factory workers, saw their daughter's intelligence early and made enormous sacrifices to support her education. "Mija," her father would say, "you have a gift. Don't waste it." Sarah didn't. She excelled through high school, earned a full scholarship to Stanford, and then got into UCSF Medical School. During her surgical residency, she discovered her calling: cardiology. The heart, she learned, was both the most mechanical and the most mysterious organ. It could be repaired with precision, but its rhythms connected to something deeper than anatomy. For 15 years, Dr. Martinez built a reputation as one of the most skilled cardiac surgeons on the West Coast. She could perform complex procedures that other surgeons wouldn't attempt. Her success rate was extraordinary. Patients traveled from across the country to be operated on by her. But Sarah's excellence came at a cost. The hours were brutal. 12 to 16-hour days were normal. The pressure was constant, every decision potentially life-altering. And the emotional weight of carrying so many people's hopes and fears began to accumulate in ways she didn't recognize. She thought the exhaustion was just part of the job. The difficulty sleeping, the increasing reliance on coffee and wine to manage energy levels, the growing distance in her relationships, these seemed like acceptable trade-offs for saving lives. Then COVID-19 arrived. The pandemic pushed every healthcare worker to their limits, but for cardiac surgeons like Sarah, it was particularly devastating. COVID patients often develop severe heart complications. The ICU was full of people her age, younger, who'd been healthy just weeks before. In the first 6 months of the pandemic, Dr. Martinez lost 47 patients to COVID-related cardiac complications. 47 people whose families she had to call, whose deaths she had to explain, whose faces haunted her when she tried to sleep. She started having panic attacks during surgery, something that had never happened in her 18-year career. Her hands, which had always been steady, began to shake during delicate procedures. She found herself making small errors, nothing life-threatening, but enough to shake her confidence. The breaking point came on a Tuesday in October 2021. Sarah was operating on Maria Gonzalez, a 34-year-old mother of two who'd developed severe cardiac complications from COVID. The surgery was technically perfect. Sarah had performed this same procedure hundreds of times successfully. But Maria didn't wake up. A blood clot, impossible to predict or prevent, traveled to her brain during recovery. Within hours, Maria was brain dead, and her family had to make the decision to remove life support. That night, Sarah sat in her car in the hospital parking garage and realized she couldn't remember the last time she'd felt anything other than exhaustion or anxiety. She'd become so focused on technical competence that she'd lost touch with the compassion that had originally drawn her to medicine. "I became a surgeon to heal people," she told me later. But somewhere along the way, I started seeing patients as problems to solve rather than human beings to care for. And when you lose that connection, you lose the very thing that makes healing possible. That's when Dr. Martinez began searching for something her medical training had never provided, a way to care deeply without being destroyed by caring. The path that led Dr. Martinez to Buddhist wisdom started in the most unlikely place, the hospital cafeteria. It was 3 weeks after Maria Gonzalez's death, and Sarah was having what had become her typical lunch, coffee, and whatever she could eat quickly before her next surgery. She was sitting alone, scrolling through medical journals on her tablet, when someone approached her table. "Excuse me, Dr. Martinez. I'm Thomas Chen, the new chaplain. I've been hoping to meet you." Sarah looked up to see a middle-aged Asian man in simple clothing, not the formal clerical attire she expected from hospital chaplains. Something about his presence was immediately calming, though she couldn't identify why. "I don't really do the chaplain thing," Sarah said, not unkindly but clearly wanting to end the conversation quickly. Thomas smiled. "Neither do I, really. I'm actually a licensed clinical social worker. I just also happen to be a Buddhist practitioner. The hospital hired me to work with staff who are struggling with exactly what you're struggling with." Sarah felt exposed. "I'm not struggling with anything that a few days off won't fix." "Dr. Martinez," Thomas said gently, "when was the last time you looked forward to coming to work?" The question hit her like a physical blow. She couldn't remember. For months, maybe years, work had been something to endure rather than something that brought meaning. "I heard about Maria Gonzalez," Thomas continued. "I also heard that you performed flawlessly, that there was nothing anyone could have done differently. But I'm guessing that doesn't make it hurt any less." Something in Sarah broke. Not dramatically, but quietly, like a dam with a small crack that suddenly gives way. She started crying right there in the cafeteria, something she hadn't done at work in 15 years. Thomas didn't try to comfort her or offer platitudes. He just sat quietly until she was ready to speak. "I used to love this work," Sarah finally said. "I used to feel like every day I was making a real difference. But now I feel like I'm just trying to survive each shift without losing someone else." "What if I told you," Thomas said, "that there's a way to care even more deeply about your patients while simultaneously protecting yourself from burning out? That compassion, when practiced skillfully, actually creates more energy rather than depleting it?" Sarah was skeptical. "Sounds like New Age nonsense to me." "Fair enough," Thomas laughed. "But what if we started with something completely practical? Would you be willing to try a 5-minute technique before your next surgery? If it doesn't help, you never have to talk to me again." Something about Thomas's approach, no pressure, no big promises, just an invitation to experiment, made Sarah curious. 5 minutes? 5 minutes. The technique Thomas taught her was deceptively simple. Before each surgery, Sarah would spend 5 minutes in what he called loving kindness preparation. She would sit quietly, place her hands on her heart, and silently repeat phrases directed first toward herself, then toward her patient. "May I be safe and protected as I do this work. May I have the wisdom to help and the strength to accept what I cannot change. May my patient be free from suffering. May this surgery serve their highest good. May we both be held in compassion. Sarah thought it was ridiculous, but she was desperate enough to try anything. The first time she used the practice was before a routine bypass surgery on a 67-year-old retired teacher named Robert. As she repeated the phrases, something unexpected happened. Instead of her usual pre-surgery anxiety and tunnel vision, she felt present. Connected not just to the technical challenge ahead, but to the human being whose life was in her hands. The surgery went flawlessly, but more importantly, Sarah found herself genuinely caring about Robert's recovery in a way she hadn't experienced in years. She spent extra time with his wife explaining the procedure, checked on him personally during recovery, and felt genuine joy when he was discharged healthy. It was like remembering why I became a doctor in the first place, she told Thomas later. Over the following months, Thomas taught Sarah more Buddhist practices adapted specifically for healthcare workers. She learned about compassionate detachment, the ability to care deeply while accepting that outcomes are not entirely within her control. She practiced Tonglen, a Tibetan technique where you breathe in suffering and breathe out relief, which helped her process the emotional weight of her work without being overwhelmed by it. Most importantly, she learned to see her patients not as medical cases, but as fellow human beings caught in the same fundamental predicament, trying to find peace in bodies that are fragile and impermanent. Buddhism taught me that suffering is universal, Sarah explained to me. Once, I really understood that, not intellectually, but in my bones, everything changed. My patients weren't problems to solve. They were fellow travelers dealing with the same basic human condition I was dealing with. This shift transformed not just Sarah's surgical practice, but her leadership style. As chief of cardiology, she began teaching these practices to her residents and fellow attendings. She introduced mindful rounds where the team would spend a few minutes centering themselves before visiting patients. The changes were measurable. Patient satisfaction scores in cardiology improved dramatically. Staff turnover decreased. Most surprisingly, surgical outcomes actually got better, not because the technical work improved, but because the quality of presence and attention during procedures was enhanced. But the most profound change was in Sarah herself. She started sleeping better. Her panic attacks stopped. Her relationships improved. She began looking forward to work again, not because it was easy, but because it felt meaningful. I realized, Sarah told me, that all those years I thought I was protecting myself by staying emotionally distant from patients. But actually, that distance was what was killing me. When you try to shut out suffering, you also shut out joy, connection, meaning all the things that make the work worthwhile. Six months after beginning her Buddhist practice, Sarah faced her hardest test. She lost another patient, a young father who suffered unexpected complications during what should have been routine surgery. But this time, instead of shutting down or blaming herself, Sarah was able to hold both the grief of loss and the knowledge that she had done everything possible with complete competence and care. She was able to be fully present with the family's pain without being destroyed by it. "That's when I knew these practices had really changed me," she said. "I could feel the full weight of the loss without drowning in it. I could hold space for their grief while maintaining my own emotional stability. That's what true compassion looks like, not avoiding pain, but learning to be with it skillfully." What Dr. Martinez discovered through her work with Thomas touches on one of Buddhism's most practical and transformative teachings, the cultivation of loving, kindness, and compassionate action. In Buddhist psychology, there's an important distinction between empathy and compassion. Empathy involves feeling what others feel, taking on their pain as if it were your own. For people in helping professions, empathy can quickly lead to burnout because you're essentially doubling the amount of suffering you carry. Compassion, however, is different. Compassion is the wish for others to be free from suffering, combined with the wisdom to act skillfully on that wish. Instead of taking on someone else's pain, compassion allows you to respond to their pain with clarity and effectiveness. Thomas taught Sarah about loving, kindness meditation, metta in the original Pali language, which systematically cultivates genuine care for yourself and others. The practice traditionally moves through 5 stages: loving, kindness toward yourself, toward loved ones, toward neutral people, toward difficult people, and finally toward all beings. For healthcare workers, this practice is particularly powerful because it addresses the root cause of burnout, the belief that caring more means suffering more. In reality, loving kindness meditation shows that skilled compassion actually generates energy and resilience. The practice Sarah learned, the 5-minute pre-surgery loving kindness, combines several Buddhist principles. First, self-compassion. May I be safe and protected as I do this work. Buddhism recognizes that you cannot sustainably care for others if you don't care for yourself. This isn't selfish, it's practically necessary. Second, compassionate intention. May my patient be free from suffering. This aligns the practitioner's intention with the deeper purpose of healing, not just technical success. Third, acceptance of impermanence. May I have the wisdom to help and the strength to accept what I cannot change. This acknowledges that in medicine, as in life, not all outcomes can be controlled. Sarah also learned about Tonglen, advanced practice where you deliberately breathe in suffering and breathe out relief. This might sound masochistic, but it's actually profoundly healing. Instead of trying to avoid or push away difficult emotions, Tonglen teaches you to transform them. When I breathe in a patient's fear, Sarah explained, I'm not taking it on as my own. I'm acknowledging it fully, then breathing out whatever they need: calm, strength, healing. It turns me into a transformer rather than an absorber of suffering. Perhaps most importantly, Buddhism taught Sarah that suffering is not a medical failure, it's a universal human condition. This reframing allowed her to approach patient deaths and complications not as professional failures, but as encounters with the fundamental fragility that connects all human beings. This perspective shift transforms the doctor-patient relationship from expert fixing problem to fellow human being offering skilled help to another fellow human being. The technical expertise remains exactly the same, but the quality of presence and care becomes dramatically different. The result is what Buddhist teacher Thich Nhat Hanh calls engaged compassion, wisdom and care that is fully present to suffering without being overwhelmed by it. Dr. Martinez's transformation wasn't just about personal healing. It created practical changes that improved patient care and hospital culture. Here are the specific practices she implemented that any professional in a caring role might adapt. First, she established what she calls compassion protocols, specific practices integrated into medical procedures. Before each surgery, she spends 5 minutes in loving-kindness meditation. Before difficult conversations with families, she practices Tonglen breathing. Before morning rounds, she takes 3 conscious breaths and sets an intention to serve each patient's highest good. It sounds simple, she told me, but these small practices accumulate into a completely different quality of presence. Patients can feel the difference even when they can't name it. Second, Sarah redesigned staff meetings to include what she calls compassion check-ins. Instead of starting with case reviews and administrative updates, her team begins each meeting with a brief moment to acknowledge the emotional weight of their work and set intentions for patient care. This practice has had measurable results. Staff report feeling more supported and less isolated in dealing with difficult cases. Patient satisfaction scores improved by 40% in the first year after implementation. Third, she created healing circles for staff processing patient deaths or traumatic cases. Using Buddhist principles of mindful listening and compassionate speech, these circles allow healthcare workers to process difficult experiences without judgment or attempted solutions. We don't try to fix each other's pain, Sarah explained. We just create space for it to be acknowledged and held. That simple witnessing is often more healing than any advice. Fourth, Sarah established personal practices that maintain her compassion capacity outside of work. She practices daily loving-kindness meditation, takes walking meditation breaks during long shifts, and has a regular schedule of compassion retreat days where she focuses entirely on renewing her capacity to care. Finally, she completely redefined what medical success means. Instead of measuring herself only by surgical outcomes and efficiency metrics, she tracks what she calls compassion indicators: her ability to stay present during difficult cases, her capacity to comfort families, and her own emotional sustainability. The most surprising result? All these soft practices actually improved hard clinical outcomes. Surgical complications decreased, patient recovery times shortened, and staff retention increased dramatically. When you approach medicine as a compassion practice, rather than just technical work, Sarah observed, everything improves. Not because the techniques change, but because the quality of attention and care transforms the entire healing environment. As you consider Dr. Martinez's journey from technical excellence to compassionate healing, I invite you to reflect on your own relationship with caring and service in your professional life. First, in your work, how do you currently handle the emotional weight of responsibility for others? Whether you're leading a team, serving clients, or supporting colleagues, what happens to your own well-being when others are depending on you? Second, what would change in your professional relationships if you approach difficult situations with loving kindness, genuine care for both your own well-being and the well-being of others involved? How might this differ from your current approach to workplace conflicts or challenges? Third, Buddhism teaches that suffering is universal. We're all dealing with the same basic human struggles. How might this understanding transform how you relate to difficult clients, challenging colleagues, or demanding bosses? And finally, if you saw your professional role as a form of compassion practice, a way to serve others' well-being while developing your own capacity for wisdom and care, what would you do differently tomorrow? Let these questions settle gently as we prepare for our next story. From the hospitals of San Francisco, where Dr. Martinez learned to heal through compassion, we now travel to the legal offices where relationships come to an end, and where one attorney discovered that sometimes the most powerful legal strategy is learning how to forgive. Let's meet Jennifer Walsh. From Dr. Martinez's hospital, where healing happens through compassion, we now move to a place where relationships come to an end, and where one attorney discovered something that completely transformed how she thought about conflict, resolution, and the surprising power of forgiveness. This is the story I call the forgiveness liberation. I want you to think about the last time someone hurt you professionally. Maybe a colleague took credit for your work. Maybe a client blamed you for something beyond your control. Maybe a business partner betrayed your trust. Now imagine that your job requires you to help other people navigate those same kinds of betrayals and disappointments every single day. That's the world Jennifer Walsh lived in as one of San Francisco's most successful family law attorneys. For 12 years, she'd built a reputation for getting results in even the most contentious divorce cases. She was the lawyer people called when they wanted to win, when they wanted their ex-spouse to pay, literally and figuratively, for the pain they'd caused. Jennifer was brilliant at her job. She could find assets hidden offshore, expose affairs that opposing counsel thought were secret, and negotiate settlements that left her clients feeling vindicated. But there was one problem she couldn't solve: the growing realization that helping people fight their ex-spouses was slowly poisoning her own capacity for trust and love. This became painfully clear when Jennifer found herself going through her own divorce, a painful, drawn-out process that left her questioning everything she thought she knew about relationships, justice, and what it really means to help people heal from betrayal. The irony wasn't lost on her. Here she was, an expert at helping other people end their marriages, and she couldn't even navigate the end of her own with any grace or wisdom. That's when Jennifer began to discover that forgiveness isn't about letting people off the hook, it's about setting yourself free. Jennifer Walsh didn't choose family law chose her. Growing up in a middle-class family in suburban Sacramento, Jennifer witnessed her parents' bitter divorce when she was 15. It was ugly. Accusations, hidden money, fights over everything from the house to the family dog. What struck young Jennifer wasn't just the pain, but how helpless everyone seemed in the face of the legal system. Her mother's attorney was disorganized and seemed to care more about billable hours than outcomes. Her father's lawyer was aggressive to the point of cruelty. Jennifer watched two people who had once loved each other get trapped in a system that seemed designed to amplify their worst impulses rather than help them heal. "I'm going to be a lawyer," she announced to her mother one night after a particularly brutal court hearing. "But I'm going to be different. I'm going to actually help people." Jennifer kept that promise through high school, college, and law school. She graduated from UC Berkeley Law in the top 10% of her class and immediately went to work for a small family law firm that emphasized mediation and collaborative divorce. For the first few years of her career, Jennifer felt like she was making a real difference. She helped couples divide their assets fairly, created custody arrangements that prioritized children's well-being, and even occasionally helped people reconcile rather than divorce. But the legal system has a way of wearing down idealism. Jennifer discovered that clients often didn't want fair, they wanted to win. They wanted their ex-spouse to suffer. They wanted validation that they were the victim and their partner was the villain. Slowly, almost without noticing, Jennifer began to adapt her practice to what clients wanted rather than what they needed. She got better at finding dirt on opposing parties. She learned to exploit legal technicalities that could punish ex-spouses even when they hadn't done anything particularly wrong. She built a reputation as someone who would fight ruthlessly for her clients. And it worked. By her 10th year of practice, Jennifer was earning more than $300,000 annually. She had a waiting list of clients who specifically wanted her because she was known for destroying the other side. Other attorneys respected her legal skills and feared her tactics. But success came at a cost. Jennifer found herself becoming increasingly cynical about relationships. She'd seen so many marriages end badly that she began to assume betrayal was inevitable. She started protecting herself emotionally in her own relationships, always waiting for the other shoe to drop. This became a self-fulfilling prophecy in her marriage to David, a software engineer she'd met in law school. What had started as a loving partnership gradually deteriorated as Jennifer brought more and more of her professional cynicism home with her. She questioned David's friendships with female colleagues. She insisted on a prenuptial agreement that read more like a business contract than a declaration of love. She approached their relationship problems like legal disputes rather than opportunities for understanding. When David finally asked for a divorce in 2019, Jennifer wasn't surprised. What surprised her was how devastating it felt, despite all her professional experience with divorce. "You've become someone I don't recognize," David told her during one of their last conversations. "It's like you're always preparing for me to betray you, so you never actually let yourself love me." The divorce proceedings were civil but cold. Jennifer found herself on the other side of the legal system she'd mastered, and she didn't like what she saw. Even though both attorneys were professional and fair, the process felt designed to catalogue everything that had gone wrong rather than acknowledge anything that had once been beautiful. "18 months later, when the divorce was final, Jennifer sat in her empty apartment. David had kept the house and realized she didn't know how to trust anyone anymore, including herself. That's when 8-year-old Emma Chen asked the question that changed everything. Emma Chen was the daughter of one of Jennifer's most contentious cases. Her parents, both successful tech executives, were fighting over everything: custody, assets, even who got to keep the family dog. The case had been going on for 8 months, generating enormous legal fees and increasingly bitter feelings on both sides. Jennifer was in her office preparing for a deposition when her assistant buzzed in. "Ms. Walsh? Emma Chen is here with her mother for the custody evaluation prep. But Emma is asking if she can speak with you first. Just for a minute." Jennifer normally didn't interact directly with the children in her cases. It was both ethically complicated and emotionally difficult. but something about the request made her curious. "Send her in." Emma was a serious-looking 8-year-old with her mother's eyes and her father's stubborn chin. She sat in the large chair across from Jennifer's desk, her feet barely touching the floor, and got straight to the point. "Miss Walsh, can I ask you something?" "Of course, Emma." "Why do people who love each other hurt each other so much?" The question hit Jennifer like a physical blow. She'd been so focused on the legal strategy, the tactical advantages, the billable hours, that she'd lost sight of the human cost of what she was doing. Here was a child whose world was being torn apart, asking the one question that Jennifer herself had been avoiding for months. That's a really good question, Emma. What do you think? "I think they forget how to forgive each other," Emma said simply. "Like, they remember all the bad things but forget all the good things. And then they just get madder and madder until they can't remember why they loved each other in the first place." Jennifer stared at this 8-year-old who had just articulated something more profound than anything in her legal training. "What made you think about forgiveness?" "My teacher, Miss Rodriguez, taught us about it. She said forgiveness doesn't mean you let people hurt you again. It means you stop carrying around all the angry feelings because they're too heavy." After Emma left, Jennifer couldn't focus on work. The child's words kept echoing in her mind. "They're too heavy." Jennifer realized she'd been carrying anger not just from her own divorce, but from hundreds of cases, thousands of stories of betrayal and disappointment. No wonder she felt exhausted all the time. That evening, instead of going home to her empty apartment, Jennifer found herself walking through Golden Gate Park. She needed air, space, time to think. As she walked, she noticed a small group of people sitting quietly under a grove of eucalyptus trees. Something about their stillness drew her closer. They were meditating, she realized. And leading them was a woman about Jennifer's age, with short grey hair and a presence that radiated calm. When the session ended, the woman approached Jennifer. "I'm Catherine. You look like someone who has some heavy things to set down." "Is it that obvious?" Jennifer laughed, but it came out hollow. "I'm a meditation teacher, but I also used to be a prosecutor," Catherine said. "I know what carrying other people's pain looks like. Would you like to join us next week? We focus on forgiveness practice, not the religious kind, but the practical kind that actually helps." Jennifer almost said no. She'd never been religious, barely believed in therapy, certainly didn't think sitting quietly would solve anything. But Emma's words came back to her. They're too heavy. What exactly is forgiveness practice? She asked. Learning to put down the weights you've been carrying that were never yours to carry in the first place, Catherine said simply. The following Tuesday, Jennifer found herself back in the park with Catherine's group. There were about 8 people, a mix of ages and backgrounds, but all with a certain weariness around their eyes that Jennifer recognized. Catherine started with something Jennifer didn't expect. Forgiveness isn't about the other person. It's not about deciding they were right, or that what they did was okay. Forgiveness is about freeing yourself from the prison of resentment. She taught them a practice that seemed almost too simple to work. Sitting quietly, they would bring to mind someone who had hurt them, and then slowly, breath by breath, practice releasing the grip of anger. You don't have to forgive all at once, Catherine explained. You don't even have to want to forgive. You just have to be willing to experiment with letting go of some of the tension you're holding around this person. Even just 5% less tension is still progress. Jennifer thought about David, about how angry she'd been that he'd given up on their marriage, about how betrayed she'd felt that he'd stopped loving her. But as she sat there breathing, something unexpected happened. Underneath the anger, she found something else: grief. Not just for the end of the marriage, but for how closed off she'd become, how her professional cynicism had infected her personal life. Forgiveness often starts with forgiving ourselves, Catherine said, as if reading Jennifer's thoughts. For the ways we've protected ourselves so completely that we've forgotten how to connect. Over the following months, Jennifer attended Catherine's group religiously. She learned that forgiveness isn't a one-time decision but an ongoing practice. Some days she could genuinely wish David well. Other days she was furious all over again. Both were normal, Catherine assured her. More importantly, Jennifer began to see how her anger had been affecting her legal practice. She was so focused on fighting for her clients that she'd forgotten what they were actually fighting for: the hope of healing and moving forward. She started small. In her next case, instead of immediately looking for ammunition against the opposing spouse, she asked her client, "What would need to happen for you to feel genuinely ready to move forward with your life?" The question shifted everything. Instead of focusing on punishment and blame, they began focusing on what her client actually needed to heal and rebuild. The results were remarkable. Cases that might have taken 18 months of bitter fighting were resolved in 6 months of focused negotiation. Clients reported feeling better about the process and more hopeful about their futures. Children like Emma spent less time caught in the middle of their parents' wars. the biggest change was in Jennifer herself. As she learned to practice forgiveness in her professional life, she found herself capable of it in her personal life too. She reached out to David, not to reconcile romantically, but to apologize for the ways she'd brought her professional armor into their marriage. "I'm learning," she told him during their first honest conversation in 2 years, "that forgiveness isn't about forgetting what happened or pretending it didn't hurt. It's about choosing to put down the weapons so you can actually heal." What Jennifer learned through Catherine's forgiveness practice draws on some of Buddhism's most transformative teachings about anger, resentment, and the path to inner freedom. In Buddhist psychology, anger is understood as one of the 3 poisons that create suffering, along with greed and ignorance. But Buddhism doesn't teach that anger is always wrong or that we should suppress it. Instead, it offers sophisticated practices for working with anger skillfully. Catherine taught Jennifer about the difference between righteous anger and corrosive resentment. Righteous anger is clean, immediate, and motivates appropriate action. If someone cuts you off in traffic, you feel angry for a moment, react to avoid an accident, and then the anger passes. This kind of anger serves a protective function. Resentment, however, is anger that we hold on to, replay, and feed with stories about how wrong the other person was and how hurt we are. This kind of anger becomes a poison we drink while hoping the other person will suffer. The Buddhist practice Jennifer learned involved several key elements. First, mindful awareness of anger itself. Instead of being consumed by angry thoughts about David or difficult clients, Jennifer learned to notice anger as a physical sensation in her body. "Where do you feel the anger?" Catherine would ask. "What does it actually feel like, separate from the story about who's right and wrong?" Second, understanding the impermanent nature of emotions. Buddhist teaching emphasizes that all emotions, including anger, arise and pass away naturally when we don't feed them with repetitive thinking. Jennifer learned to observe her anger without immediately building a case around it. Third, the practice of loving kindness toward difficult people. This doesn't mean liking them or approving of their actions. It means cultivating genuine care for their well-being, because holding hatred hurts the person doing the hating more than anyone else. Catherine introduced Jennifer to a specific forgiveness practice from Buddhist teacher Pema Chodron. Forgiveness is giving up all hope of a better past. This reframing was revolutionary for Jennifer, who had spent years rehearsing how things should have been different. Fourth, the understanding of interdependence. Buddhism teaches that everyone's actions arise from their own conditioning, pain, and limitations. This doesn't excuse harmful behavior, but it provides context that makes forgiveness possible. David's request for divorce wasn't a personal attack on Jennifer. It was his response to feeling disconnected in their relationship. Finally, forgiveness as self-liberation rather than gift to others. The Buddha reportedly said, "Holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned." Jennifer learned that forgiveness primarily benefits the forgiver. This Buddhist approach to forgiveness is particularly powerful for professionals who deal with conflict because it separates personal healing from professional strategy. Jennifer could forgive David for their marriage ending, while still negotiating firmly on behalf of her divorce clients. She could have compassion for opposing parties while still advocating zealously for her clients' interests. The key insight is that forgiveness isn't about becoming passive or naive. It's about responding to conflict from a place of inner freedom rather than reactive emotion. Jennifer's transformation from adversarial advocate to healing-focused attorney created practical changes that improved both her practice and her clients' outcomes. Here are the specific methods she developed that any professional dealing with conflict might adapt. First, Jennifer created what she calls the forgiveness audit, a practice she uses at the start of every new case. Before developing legal strategy, she spends time with clients helping them identify what they're actually angry about and what they need to heal and move forward. Most people think they want their ex to suffer, Jennifer explained, but what they really want is acknowledgement of their pain and assurance that they'll be okay financially and emotionally. When we focus on those real needs instead of punishment fantasies, we get better outcomes. Second, she developed compassionate advocacy techniques that maintain strong client representation while reducing unnecessary hostility. Instead of character assassination, she focuses on factual presentation of her clients' needs. Instead of inflammatory language, she uses neutral terms that don't escalate conflict. This approach has measurable results. Jennifer's cases now resolve 40% faster than the firm average, with 60% fewer post-divorce modifications, a sign that agreements reached through her process are more durable and satisfying. Third, Jennifer established personal forgiveness practices that maintain her emotional health while handling difficult cases. She practices loving-kindness meditation for difficult opposing parties, maintains a forgiveness journal where she processes her reactions to challenging cases, and takes compassion breaks during particularly contentious negotiations. I realized that my anger toward opposing counsel or difficult ex-spouses was affecting my judgment, she said. When I practice forgiveness, I think more clearly and advocate more effectively. Fourth, she created healing closure sessions for clients after their cases conclude. These sessions focus on processing the emotional experience of divorce and setting intentions for moving forward, rather than just reviewing legal outcomes. Finally, Jennifer completely redefined what winning means in family law. Instead of measuring success only by financial outcomes, she tracks what she calls healing indicators: clients' emotional state at case conclusion, children's adjustment to new arrangements, and long-term co-parenting effectiveness. The most surprising result? Jennifer's softer approach actually generates better traditional outcomes too. Her clients get more favorable settlements because opposing parties are less defensive, negotiations are more collaborative, and agreements are crafted to meet everyone's core needs rather than just legal positions. Forgiveness gave me a professional superpower I never expected, Jennifer observed. When you're not carrying emotional charge about the conflict, you can see solutions that anger blinds you to. As you reflect on Jennifer's journey from adversarial advocacy to healing-focused practice, consider your own relationship with conflict and forgiveness in your professional life. First, what workplace conflicts, disappointments, or betrayals are you still carrying emotional charge around? How might that unresolved anger be affecting your current professional relationships and decision-making? Second, in your work, when conflict arises, do you approach it from a place of wanting to be right or from a place of wanting to find resolution? What would change if you focused more on understanding underlying needs rather than winning arguments? Third, Buddhist teaching suggests that forgiveness primarily benefits the forgiver. In your professional life, who might you need to forgive, not for their sake, but for your own freedom and peace of mind? This might include difficult bosses, challenging clients, competitors, or even yourself for past mistakes. And finally, if you approached workplace conflicts as opportunities to practice compassion rather than battlegrounds to win, how might this change your professional relationships and outcomes? Remember, forgiveness doesn't mean becoming a pushover or abandoning appropriate boundaries. It means engaging conflict from a place of inner freedom rather than reactive emotion. Let these questions rest gently as we transition to our next story. From the legal world where Jennifer learned to transform conflict through forgiveness, we now enter the medical field where one doctor's personal crisis became the foundation for helping other professionals heal from their own hidden struggles. Let's meet Dr. Michael Thompson. From Jennifer's legal office, where forgiveness transformed how she approached conflict, we now move to a story that might be the most difficult one in our collection, but also perhaps the most important. This is the story I call the Recovery Renaissance. I want to be honest with you up front. This story involves addiction. But not the kind of addiction story you might expect. This isn't about someone who lost everything and hit rock bottom in dramatic fashion. This is about a highly successful professional who was slowly drowning while everyone around him thought he was swimming perfectly. Dr. Michael Thompson was, by every external measure, exactly what we think success looks like. emergency medicine physician, department chief, six-figure salary, beautiful family, respected by colleagues, the kind of person who saves other people's lives for a living. But Dr. Thompson had a secret that nearly cost him everything. A 3-year struggle with prescription opioid addiction that started with a legitimate back injury and gradually became his way of coping with the relentless pressure of emergency medicine. What makes Michael's story particularly important is that he represents something we don't talk about enough: high-functioning addiction among professionals. People who are brilliant at their jobs, who still perform at high levels, who maintain their responsibilities even while privately struggling with substances they can't control. The medical profession has one of the highest rates of addiction among any professional field, but also one of the lowest rates of seeking help. The stigma, the career consequences, the belief that asking for help equals professional failure, these barriers keep many healthcare workers suffering in silence. But Michael's story isn't just about addiction. It's about how Buddhist principles of recovery offered him something that traditional treatment couldn't: a way to heal the underlying spiritual emptiness that had made addiction feel necessary in the first place. Dr. Michael Thompson didn't choose emergency medicine for the adrenaline. He chose it because he was good under pressure, and because emergency medicine felt like the most direct way to save lives. Growing up in a middle-class family in Ohio, Michael was the kind of student who excelled at everything. Valedictorian, pre-med at Ohio State, then medical school at Case Western. During his emergency medicine residency in Cleveland, he discovered he had an unusual gift: the ability to stay calm and think clearly in crisis situations when other people panicked. His attending physicians noticed immediately. "Thompson never loses his cool," they would say. "Even during the worst traumas, he's steady as a rock." This reputation followed him through residency and into his first job at a busy emergency department in Denver. For 10 years, Michael built a sterling reputation. He could handle multiple critical patients simultaneously, make rapid diagnoses under pressure, and lead trauma teams through complex resuscitations. By age 38, he was named department chief, the youngest in the hospital's history. But the pressure was enormous. Emergency medicine physicians have one of the highest burnout rates in all of medicine. 12-hour shifts dealing with everything from heart attacks to overdoses to domestic violence. Life and death decisions every day. Patients' families looking to you for miracles. Hospital administrators demanding efficiency and cost control. Michael thought he was handling it well. He worked out regularly, had dinner with his wife and 2 kids most nights, even coached his son's soccer team. From the outside, he appeared to have achieved the perfect work-life balance. Then, in the spring of 2019, Michael injured his back, moving a heavy patient during a cardiac arrest. An MRI revealed a herniated disc. The orthopedic surgeon prescribed OxyContin for pain management and muscle relaxers for spasms. The medication helped with the physical pain, but Michael noticed something else. For the first time in years, his mind felt quiet. The constant low-level anxiety about the next patient, the next crisis, the next life or death decision, it all softened when he took the pills. When his prescription ran out after 2 weeks, Michael found a reason to ask for a refill. His back was still sore, he told himself. Just a few more days to be sure. But it wasn't really about his back anymore. It was about the relief from the mental pressure that had become his constant companion. For the first time since medical school, Michael's mind felt peaceful. What started as legitimate pain management gradually became something else. When his orthopedist stopped prescribing, Michael found ways to get more pills. A colleague who had leftover medication from her own surgery. Online pharmacies that didn't ask too many questions. Eventually, writing prescriptions for phantom patients, something he never thought he'd be capable of. For 2 years, Michael maintained his secret. His performance at work didn't suffer. If anything, the medication helped him feel more confident during difficult procedures. His family didn't notice because he was careful about timing and dosage. His colleagues had no idea because physicians are skilled at maintaining professional facades. But addiction has its own timeline, regardless of how smart or careful you are. By early 2022, Michael was taking pills not to feel good, but to feel normal. Without them, he experienced anxiety, irritability, and physical discomfort that made it difficult to function. The turning point came on a Tuesday morning in March 2022. Michael was scheduled to work a double shift, 24 hours straight, in the emergency department. Halfway through his first shift, he realized he was running low on pills. He had maybe 6 hours of medication left for what should be an 18-hour period. That's when Dr. Michael Thompson, department chief, respected physician, and father of 2, found himself standing in the hospital pharmacy at 2 a.m., forging a prescription for opioids. The moment Michael's keycard opened the pharmacy door at 2:17 a.m., he knew he had crossed a line he could never uncross. The hospital pharmacy was supposed to be secure, accessible only to authorized personnel during overnight hours. As department chief, Michael had access for emergency situations. But standing there in the fluorescent lighting, filling out a prescription form for a phantom patient named Robert Johnson, his grandfather's name, Michael felt like a criminal. His hands shook as he wrote the prescription. Not from withdrawal yet, but from the recognition of what he'd become. 2 years earlier, he would have been horrified by the idea of stealing medication. Now it felt like survival. Michael pocketed the pills and left quickly, but not before the security camera captured everything. He told himself he'd figure out how to cover it later. Right now, he just needed to get through the next 16 hours of his shift. But guilt is a terrible companion in emergency medicine. Throughout the rest of the night, as Michael treated car accident victims and heart attacks and drug overdoses, he couldn't stop thinking about the pills in his pocket. Every time he saw an addiction case, which was depressingly often in the ER, he felt like a hypocrite. Around 6 a.m., during a brief quiet period, Michael stepped outside for air. The Denver morning was crisp and clear, and for a moment he tried to imagine how his life had gotten to this point. 3 years ago, he'd been a respected physician with a bright future. Now he was stealing drugs from his own hospital. That's when his phone rang. Dr. Thompson? This is Janet Morrison from hospital security. We need to speak with you. Michael's stomach dropped. He knew immediately what this was about. "I'll be right there," he said, though every instinct told him to run. The security office was small and institutional, with fluorescent lighting that made everything look harsh. Janet Morrison was a kind woman in her 50s who had worked hospital security for 20 years. She'd probably seen this scenario before. "Dr. Thompson, we have security footage of you in the pharmacy last night at 2:17 a.m. Can you help me understand what you were doing there?" Michael could have lied. Could have manufactured some story about an emergency medication need. But sitting in that sterile room, exhausted from a double shift and sick from the weight of 3 years of deception, he found himself telling the truth. "I was stealing medication," he said simply. "I've been addicted to opioids for 3 years. The words hung in the air like a confession at church. Janet Morrison's expression shifted from professional suspicion to human concern. "Dr. Thompson, I need to follow protocol here. But I also want you to know that the hospital has resources for employees dealing with addiction. Would you like me to connect you with Dr. Sarah Martinez? She's been working with staff on these kinds of situations." Michael knew Dr. Martinez by reputation, the cardiac surgeon who had recently started some kind of wellness program for hospital staff. He'd always thought it was touchy-feely nonsense. Now it felt like a lifeline. 3 hours later, Michael sat in Dr. Martinez's office, having just called in sick for the first time in 5 years. Sarah listened without judgment as Michael described his 3-year journey from legitimate prescription to pharmacy theft. "The hardest part," Michael told her, "isn't admitting I'm addicted. It's admitting that I don't know who I am without these pills. For 3 years, every difficult decision, every stressful procedure, every moment of uncertainty, I've been numbing it instead of dealing with it. I don't know if I can still do my job sober." Sarah nodded with understanding. "Michael, can I share something with you? 3 years ago, I was having panic attacks during surgery. I thought I was losing my medical abilities. But what I learned is that sometimes our coping mechanisms, even destructive ones, are trying to tell us something important about what we need." She told Michael about her own journey with Buddhist practices, how meditation and mindfulness had helped her find a different way to handle the pressure of medical practice. "Traditional addiction treatment focuses on stopping the substance use," Sarah explained. "But Buddhist recovery asks a different question. What is the addiction trying to give you that you can learn to provide for yourself in healthier ways?" This perspective intrigued Michael. He'd been to one Narcotics Anonymous meeting after his prescription ran out the first time, but the approach felt foreign to him. The disease model, the powerlessness, the higher power concept, none of it resonated with his scientific mindset. "What if," Sarah suggested, "we approached your recovery like a medical problem? What if we studied what caused the addiction, what symptoms it was treating, and what interventions might address the root causes rather than just the symptoms?" Over the following weeks, as Michael went through medical leave and formal addiction treatment, Sarah introduced him to a Buddhist teacher named Lama Tenzin, who specialized in working with healthcare professionals. Lama Tenzin's approach was completely different from traditional recovery programs. Instead of focusing on powerlessness, he talked about right livelihood, the Buddhist principle of work that doesn't harm yourself or others. "Your addiction," Lama Tenzin explained, "developed because you were trying to do work that requires enormous emotional resilience without developing that resilience. The pills were like a temporary patch on a structural problem." He taught Michael meditation practices specifically designed for high-stress professionals. Breathing techniques for use between patients. Mindfulness practices for staying present during medical procedures. Most importantly, he taught Michael how to distinguish between appropriate medical concern and anxiety-driven catastrophizing. "In emergency medicine," Lama Tenzin observed, "you need to care deeply enough to make good decisions, but not so deeply that every patient's pain becomes your own." This is what Buddhists call compassionate detachment, full engagement without total identification. The practice that most helped Michael was something Lama Tenzin called taking refuge in uncertainty. Instead of using pills to create artificial certainty and calm, Michael learned to find peace in the middle of not knowing how situations would turn out. Medicine is fundamentally about uncertainty, Lama Tenzin explained. You do your best with available information, but outcomes are never guaranteed. Addiction often develops when we can't tolerate that uncertainty. But uncertainty is where wisdom lives. After 6 months of treatment and practice, Michael returned to work with a completely different approach to emergency medicine. Instead of trying to control his stress through substances, he used Buddhist techniques to work skillfully with stress as it arose. The most surprising discovery was that his medical performance actually improved in sobriety. Without the fog of medication, his diagnostic thinking was sharper. Without the anxiety of hiding addiction, his relationships with colleagues deepened. Without the numbing effects of pills, he could access his natural compassion for patients more readily. I realized, Michael told me later, that the pills weren't helping me handle pressure better. They were preventing me from developing real resilience. It's like using a cast for 3 years instead of letting a broken bone actually heal. Dr. Thompson's recovery through Buddhist principles illustrates a fundamentally different approach to addiction than most traditional treatment models. While conventional programs often focus on powerlessness and disease management, Buddhist recovery emphasizes personal agency and spiritual development. The core Buddhist teaching that guided Michael's recovery is right livelihood, one of the steps on the Noble Eightfold Path. Right livelihood means work that doesn't cause harm to yourself or others. For Michael, this meant examining not just his addiction, but the work conditions and mental habits that had made addiction feel necessary. Lama Tenzin taught Michael about the Buddhist understanding of craving, tanha. In Buddhism, craving isn't seen as a moral failing or incurable disease, but as misdirected spiritual seeking. We crave substances, experiences, or states of mind because we're trying to find peace, but we're looking in the wrong places. Your addiction to opioids, Lama Tenzin explained, was really an addiction to relief from the suffering of anxiety and pressure. The pills were just the delivery method. Buddhist recovery teaches you to find that relief through inner resources rather than external substances. Michael learned several key Buddhist practices for recovery. First, mindfulness of craving itself. Instead of immediately acting on the desire for pills, Michael learned to observe the physical sensations and mental stories that accompanied craving. What does craving actually feel like in your body? Lama Tenzin would ask. What thoughts arise with it? Can you be curious about it rather than controlled by it? Second, the practice of taking refuge in uncertainty. Much of Michael's anxiety came from the unpredictable nature of emergency medicine. Buddhist practice taught him to find peace in not knowing outcomes rather than trying to control them artificially. Third, understanding the impermanent nature of all experiences. Stress, anxiety, and discomfort are temporary states that arise and pass away naturally. Addiction often develops when we try to shortcut this natural process. Fourth, developing skillful means for managing difficult emotions. Instead of numbing stress with substances, Michael learned breathing techniques, body awareness practices, and cognitive tools for working with intense emotions as they arose. Fifth, the cultivation of self-compassion. Traditional recovery programs often emphasize the destructive nature of addiction. Buddhist recovery acknowledges the harm, while also recognizing that addiction typically develops as an attempt to solve legitimate problems. It's just an unskillful solution. Perhaps most importantly, Lama Tenzin taught Michael about right intention in medical practice. This meant regularly examining his motivations for working in emergency medicine and ensuring that his work served others' well-being rather than just his own ego or financial needs. This Buddhist approach to recovery is particularly powerful for high-achieving professionals because it doesn't require them to see themselves as fundamentally flawed or powerless. Instead, it frames recovery as spiritual development, the cultivation of wisdom, compassion, and inner resources that serve both personal well-being and professional excellence. The result isn't just sobriety, but a transformed relationship with work, stress, and service to others. Dr. Thompson's Buddhist-influenced recovery created specific practices that any professional dealing with stress, burnout, or addictive patterns might find helpful, whether the addiction involves substances, work, perfectionism, or other compulsive behaviors. First, Michael developed what he calls refuge practices for high-stress moments. Instead of reaching for pills when anxiety peaked, he learned to take refuge in breathing, in present moment awareness, and in accepting uncertainty. During medical emergencies, he practices brief centering before entering patient rooms, asking, "What does this situation actually require from me right now?" This simple practice dramatically reduced his anxiety levels and improved his medical decision-making. When I stopped trying to control outcomes and focus on giving my best effort to the process, both my stress levels and my performance improve, he explained. Second, Michael established what he calls compassion protocols for difficult cases. Instead of taking patient deaths or poor outcomes personally, he practices loving-kindness meditation for suffering patients and families, and self-compassion for the limits of what medicine can accomplish. I realized that a lot of my need for pills came from taking responsibility for things beyond my control, he said. Buddhist compassion practice taught me the difference between caring deeply and carrying everything personally. Third, he created mindful transitions between work and home life. Instead of using substances to decompress, Michael practices 10 minutes of meditation in his car before entering his house, consciously shifting from Dr. Thompson mode to husband and father mode. This practice has dramatically improved his family relationships. His wife reports that he's more present and emotionally available, and his children have commented on how much calmer and more fun their father has become. Fourth, Michael completely redefined what medical success means. Instead of measuring himself only by patient outcomes, which often depend on factors beyond physician control, he tracks what he calls presence indicators: his ability to stay calm during crises, his capacity to comfort families, and his own emotional sustainability. Finally, he established a regular practice of service without attachment, providing excellent medical care while holding outcomes lightly. This Buddhist principle allows him to work with full dedication while maintaining emotional equilibrium. The most surprising result has been that other physicians have begun seeking Michael's guidance on stress management and addiction recovery. He now facilitates a monthly support group for healthcare workers using Buddhist principles, and his hospital has asked him to develop wellness protocols for the emergency department. "Recovery gave me something I never expected," Michael observed. "Not just sobriety, but a way to find meaning and peace in work that's inherently stressful and uncertain." As you reflect on Dr. Thompson's journey from hidden addiction to Buddhist recovery, consider your own relationship with coping mechanisms and professional pressure. First, what substances, behaviors, or patterns do you use to manage professional stress? This might include alcohol, overwork, shopping, social media, perfectionism, or other ways of avoiding difficult emotions. How are these coping mechanisms serving you, and how might they be limiting you? Second, Buddhist recovery asks what your coping patterns are trying to give you that you might provide for yourself in healthier ways. If your current stress management involves avoidance or numbing, what would it look like to develop genuine resilience instead? Third, in your professional life, how much of your anxiety comes from trying to control outcomes that are ultimately beyond your control? What would change if you could give your best effort while holding results more lightly? And finally, if you saw professional challenges as opportunities to develop spiritual qualities like patience, compassion, and wisdom rather than just obstacles to overcome, how might this reframe your relationship with work stress? Remember, seeking help for stress, burnout, or addictive patterns isn't professional weakness. It's professional development at the deepest level. Let these questions settle as we transition to our next story. From the emergency department, where Dr. Thompson learned to find peace in uncertainty, we now move to the financial world, where one man's extraordinary wealth became the foundation for discovering what true prosperity actually means. Let's meet Robert Chen. From Dr. Thompson's emergency department, where he learned to find peace in professional uncertainty, We now move to perhaps the most paradoxical story in our collection. This is the story I call the Wealth Consciousness Awakening. I want you to imagine having everything that our culture tells us leads to happiness. Not just financial security, but extraordinary wealth. Not just a comfortable retirement, but the ability to buy anything, go anywhere, do anything you want. Imagine having 87 million in the bank and knowing you'll never have to worry about money again. Now imagine that this ultimate financial success feels like a prison. That's where Robert Chen found himself at age 52, standing in his Manhattan penthouse, looking out over Central Park, with more money than most people could spend in 10 lifetimes, and seriously considering ending his life. Robert wasn't struggling with addiction or professional failure like some of our other stories. He was struggling with something that might be even more difficult to understand, the discovery that achieving every financial goal he'd ever set had left him feeling more empty than when he'd started. For 25 years, Robert had believed that money would eventually buy him happiness, peace, and meaning. He'd worked 60-hour weeks, sacrificed relationships, and postponed joy, all in service of building wealth. And it had worked, at least by external measures. But standing in that penthouse, Robert realized that he'd spent decades climbing a ladder that was leaning against the wrong wall. What Robert discovered through his journey into Buddhist teachings about wealth and generosity might challenge everything you think you know about money, success, and what it really means to be rich. This isn't a story about becoming poor or giving everything away. It's about discovering that true wealth includes money but transcends it entirely. Robert Chen's relationship with money began early and was shaped by scarcity. His parents had immigrated from Taiwan to Queens, New York, in the 1960s with 202 suitcases. His father worked double shifts at a restaurant while studying English at night. His mother took in sewing to help make ends meet. Robert grew up wearing hand-me-down clothes and watching his parents worry constantly about bills. Money equals security, his father told him repeatedly. Everything else is luxury. Robert absorbed this lesson completely. He excelled in school, not just because he was intelligent, but because he understood that education was his path out of financial anxiety. Full scholarship to NYU for economics, then Harvard Business School, then straight to Goldman Sachs. For the first decade of his career, Robert was driven by a simple goal: never to feel the financial uncertainty that had marked his childhood. He worked 80-hour weeks, lived in a tiny studio apartment, and saved aggressively. By 30, he had enough money to feel secure. But by then, something else had taken over. The pursuit of wealth had become its own addiction. Making money felt like winning, and Robert discovered he was very good at winning. After 15 years at Goldman Sachs, he left to start his own hedge fund with $50 million in initial capital. Chen Capital Management became one of the most successful small hedge funds in New York. Robert had a gift for seeing market patterns that others missed, and his returns consistently outperformed larger, more established funds. Within 10 years, he was managing $2 billion in assets and had personally accumulated $87 million. By every external measure, Robert had achieved the American dream on steroids. Penthouse on Central Park West. House in the Hamptons. Apartment in London. Cars, art, travel, anything he wanted was available instantly. But somewhere in the process of accumulating all this wealth, Robert had lost something more valuable: his ability to enjoy any of it. His marriage to Susan, his college sweetheart, had become a business partnership focused on managing their lifestyle. They had dinner parties for other wealthy couples, attended charity galas where they wrote large checks, and took expensive vacations to places they photographed but didn't really experience. "I realized we weren't living our life," Robert told me later. "We were curating it. Every experience was filtered through whether it was worthy of our status, whether it justified the expense, whether it looked right to the other people in our circle." Their relationship with their son David had become similarly transactional. Instead of spending time together, Robert solved problems with money. Private schools, expensive camps, tutors, therapy, everything except his actual presence and attention. The irony wasn't lost on Robert that he'd become wealthy enough to afford anything except the things that actually mattered: genuine connection, peace of mind, and a sense of purpose beyond accumulation. The breaking point came at David's college graduation in May 2021. Robert had been too busy with a complex acquisition to attend the ceremony itself, arriving only for the family dinner afterward. During his graduation speech, David thanked his professors, his friends, his mother for her support, and his roommate's father for showing me what engaged parenting looks like. The omission was deliberate and painful. Later that evening, David confronted Robert directly. "Dad, you've given me every privilege money can buy, but you've never given me yourself. I don't need your money anymore. What I needed was a father who was present, and I never got that." Sitting in his hotel room after that conversation, Robert realized that he'd spent 25 years sacrificing everything meaningful in pursuit of wealth, and now that he had more money than he could spend, he had nothing else left. That's when he started researching what money means and whether there might be a different way to think about wealth entirely. The research that led Robert to Buddhist teachings about wealth began in the most unlikely place, a Google search at 3 a.m. Unable to sleep after the painful conversation with David, Robert found himself typing, "Why doesn't money make me happy?" into his laptop. He'd never admitted this question to anyone, barely even to himself. In his world, asking this question felt like admitting failure. The search led him to articles about hedonic adaptation, the psychology of wealth, and eventually to something he'd never heard of, Buddhist economics. The concept intrigued him. Buddhism had always seemed irrelevant to someone like Robert, too otherworldly, too focused on poverty and renunciation. But Buddhist economics suggested something different, a framework for understanding wealth that honored both prosperity and well-being. One article mentioned a teacher in San Francisco named Lama Surya Das, an American-born Buddhist teacher who specialized in working with successful professionals struggling with the spiritual dimensions of wealth. Robert scheduled a consultation, telling himself it was just intellectual curiosity. Lama Surya Das's office was nothing like Robert expected. Instead of crystals and incense, it was a simple, elegant space with books, art, and large windows overlooking the bay. Lama Surya Das himself was a former business consultant who'd spent years studying Buddhist philosophy in Asia before returning to teach in America. "Tell me about your relationship with money," Lama Surya Das said after brief introductions. Robert found himself being more honest than he'd intended. "I thought money would solve all my problems. And in some ways it has. I never worry about paying bills or affording things. But it's also created problems I didn't expect. I feel isolated from people who don't have money, guilty around people who have less, and competitive with people who have more. I don't know how to just be wealthy without it defining everything about my life." Lama Surya Das smiled. "You've discovered one of the fundamental paradoxes of wealth. Money amplifies who you are, rather than creating who you become. If you don't know who you are apart from your wealth, then wealth becomes a prison instead of a tool." This reframing was revelatory for Robert. He'd always thought his dissatisfaction came from not having enough money or not using it correctly. But Lama Surya Das suggested the problem wasn't the money itself, it was his relationship with it. In Buddhism, Lama Surya Das explained, we have a concept called the middle way. This means avoiding extremes, neither poverty nor excessive luxury, neither hoarding nor wasteful spending. The middle way with wealth means having enough to live comfortably and serve others, without being enslaved by accumulation or consumption. Over the following months, Lama Surya Das taught Robert several Buddhist principles for relating to wealth. First, the understanding that money is energy. Like all energy, it needs to flow. Hoarding money creates stagnation. Excessive spending creates depletion. Wise use means allowing money to flow in ways that serve well-being, your own and others. Second, the practice of generosity as spiritual development. In Buddhism, giving isn't just about helping others, it's about loosening our grip on possessions and developing inner freedom. True generosity, Lama Surya Das explained, isn't giving away money you don't need. It's giving in ways that stretch your capacity for non-attachment. Third, the principle of enough. Buddhism teaches that suffering often comes from endless wanting. Learning to recognize enough creates contentment that no amount of additional wealth can provide. The practice that most transformed Robert's relationship with money was something Lama Surya Das called conscious wealth stewardship. Instead of thinking of his money as his, Robert began seeing it as resources he was temporarily managing for the benefit of all beings. Imagine, Lama Surya Das suggested, that you're the CEO of a foundation that happens to be your life. Your job is to allocate resources in ways that create the most well-being for your family, your community, and yourself. How would you manage differently if you saw wealth as a responsibility rather than a reward? This perspective shift changed everything for Robert. Instead of money being something to accumulate or something to spend, it became something to deploy wisely. Robert started small. He began practicing what he called mindful spending, pausing before purchases to ask whether they would genuinely contribute to well-being or just feed the habit of acquisition. He was shocked to realize how much of his spending had been unconscious. More importantly, he began practicing generosity meditation. Each morning, he would spend 10 minutes contemplating how he might use his resources that day to serve others' well-being. Not grand gestures, but small acts of conscious generosity. The first time he practiced this, Robert found himself paying for a stranger's coffee and genuinely caring about brightening their day. It was a tiny gesture, but it felt more meaningful than the 50 charity check he'd written the week before without thinking. But the real transformation came when Robert applied Buddhist principles to his relationship with David. Instead of trying to solve their relationship with money, he began practicing generosity of presence, giving his time, attention, and emotional availability. He started scheduling regular dinners with David with no agenda except connecting. He listened to David's struggles with starting his acting career without offering to fund solutions. He shared his own questions and vulnerabilities instead of maintaining the facade of having everything figured out. The strangest thing happened, Robert told me later. When I stopped trying to use money to show love, I had to learn how to actually express love directly. It was terrifying and wonderful. The changes extended to his marriage as well. Robert and Susan began having honest conversations about what kind of life they actually wanted versus what they thought their wealth required them to live. They downsized from the Hamptons' house, simplified their social calendar, and started traveling to places they were curious about, rather than places that impressed other people. But perhaps the most significant change was in Robert's work. Instead of managing wealth purely for accumulation, he began investing in companies and causes that aligned with his values. His returns didn't suffer. In many cases, they improved because he was making decisions from a place of clarity rather than fear or greed. I realized, Robert said, that I'd been using money to avoid dealing with life rather than to enhance life. Buddhist practice taught me that wealth is a tool for creating well-being, not a substitute for it. The most surprising discovery was that as Robert loosened his grip on money, he began enjoying it more. Food tasted better when he wasn't eating at expensive restaurants out of obligation. Travel was more meaningful when he chose destinations based on curiosity rather than status. Even luxury felt more luxurious when it was chosen consciously rather than consumed habitually. Buddhism didn't make me poor, Robert observed. It made me rich in ways I hadn't known were possible. Robert's transformation through Buddhist wealth consciousness touches on teachings that challenge conventional Western assumptions about money, success, and happiness. In traditional Buddhist societies, there were specific teachings for wealthy householders, people who lived in the world with significant resources, rather than renunciates who owned nothing. The Buddha himself taught wealthy merchants, kings, and business people how to relate to wealth skillfully. The core teaching Robert learned is the Buddhist concept of right livelihood extended to wealth management. Right livelihood means work that doesn't harm yourself or others, but it also encompasses how you earn, save, spend, and share money. Lama Surya Das taught Robert about the 4 uses of wealth from traditional Buddhist economics. First, supporting yourself and your family appropriately. This means having enough for genuine needs and reasonable comforts, but not confusing wants with needs or using consumption to fill emotional voids. Second, supporting friends and colleagues. Wealth creates the opportunity to help others during difficult times, celebrate their successes, and contribute to your community's well-being. Third, protecting against future uncertainties. Saving and investing wisely shows respect for impermanence and responsibility for future needs, but without hoarding from fear or greed. Fourth, supporting worthy causes and spiritual development. This includes both charitable giving and investing in your own growth and the growth of wisdom in the world. Robert also learned about the Buddhist understanding of the hungry ghost, a being with an enormous appetite but a tiny mouth, never able to satisfy its cravings. In modern terms, this represents people who, no matter how much they accumulate, always feel empty and want more. Wealth addiction, Lama Surya Das explained, is real addiction. The neurochemical high of making money, the anxiety of losing it, the tolerance that means you need more and more to feel secure, these are classic addiction patterns. Buddhist practice offers several antidotes to wealth addiction. Mindfulness of impermanence. All wealth is temporary. Market crashes, economic changes, and ultimately death mean that our relationship with money must be held lightly. Generosity practice. Regular giving, not just from surplus but in ways that stretch your comfort zone, develops non-attachment and connects you to the joy of service. Gratitude cultivation. Buddhist practice emphasizes appreciating what you have rather than focusing on what you lack. This isn't positive thinking but realistic recognition of abundance. Understanding interdependence. No wealth is created in isolation. Every successful business depends on infrastructure, education, legal systems, and countless other people's contributions. Recognizing this creates both humility and responsibility. Perhaps most importantly, Buddhism teaches that money amplifies character rather than creating it. If you're anxious, money makes you more anxious. If you're generous, money makes you more generous. If you're peaceful, money enhances your peace. The goal isn't to become indifferent to money, but to develop what Buddhists call skillful relationship with wealth, using it consciously to create well-being rather than being used by it unconsciously. Robert's Buddhist approach to wealth created specific practices that any professional dealing with money, whether wealthy or working toward financial goals, might find transformative. First, Robert established what he calls conscious wealth rituals. Before any significant financial decision, investments, purchases, or gifts, he practices a brief meditation asking 3 questions. Will this create genuine well-being? Am I acting from wisdom or from fear, greed? How does this serve not just my interests but the broader good? This simple practice has dramatically improved his investment returns and reduced his regretful purchases. When you remove emotional reactivity from financial decisions, he explained, you make much smarter choices. Second, Robert created generosity experiments, monthly challenges to practice giving in ways that stretch his comfort zone. Not just writing checks to established charities, but personal acts of generosity that require presence and vulnerability. Paying off strangers' medical debt, funding friends' creative projects, or simply being extraordinarily generous with tips and service workers. Generosity practice taught me that giving feels better than getting, he said. But only when you give in ways that actually cost you something emotionally, not just financially. Third, he developed enough practices, regularly examining what constitutes genuine abundance versus endless accumulation. Robert created a detailed budget that distinguishes between needs, wants, and luxury, and practices gratitude for each category rather than constantly seeking more. This practice revealed how much of his previous spending was unconscious habit rather than conscious choice. He now enjoys luxury more because he chooses it deliberately rather than consuming it automatically. Fourth, Robert established wealth meditation, daily practice contemplating money as energy that needs to flow wisely rather than something to possess. This includes visualizing his investments as serving beneficial purposes and sending loving kindness to people affected by his financial decisions. Finally, he completely redefined financial success. Instead of measuring only net worth and returns, Robert tracks what he calls wealth consciousness indicators: his level of financial anxiety, his generosity ratio, his family relationships, and his sense of purpose around money. The most surprising result? All these soft practices actually increased his financial returns. Companies appreciate his long-term, values-based investment approach. His reduced anxiety leads to better decision-making. His reputation for ethical business practices attracts opportunities. Buddhist wealth consciousness gave me something I never expected, Robert observed. Not just more money, but peace with whatever money I have. And it turns out that peace with money is the real wealth I was seeking all along. As you reflect on Robert's journey from wealth accumulation to wealth consciousness, consider your own relationship with money and what true prosperity might mean. First, how does your current relationship with money create stress or anxiety in your life? Are you using financial goals to avoid dealing with other aspects of well-being, or are you allowing money worries to prevent you from enjoying what you already have? Second, if you achieved all your current financial goals, paid off debt, reached your savings target, earned your desired income, what do you imagine would change about your daily happiness and peace of mind? How realistic are these expectations? Third, Buddhist teaching suggests that generosity creates abundance rather than depleting it. In your current situation, how might you practice generosity with money, time, attention, or care in ways that stretch your comfort zone while serving others? And finally, if you saw money as energy that needs to flow wisely rather than something to possess, how might this change your earning, saving, spending, and giving patterns? What would enough look like in your particular circumstances? Let these questions rest gently as we approach our final story. From Robert's Manhattan penthouse, where he learned to transform wealth into wisdom, we now move to Hollywood, where our last member of the executive collective discovered that the most challenging performance of all is learning to be authentically yourself. Let's meet David Kim. From Robert's Manhattan penthouse, where he learned that true wealth transcends money, we now arrive at our final story, and perhaps the most paradoxical one of all. This is the story I call the authentic influence mastery. I want you to imagine being so successful at becoming other people that you completely lose track of who you actually are. Imagine being paid millions of dollars to inhabit different characters so convincingly that audiences around the world believe you're someone else entirely. Now, imagine that this extraordinary gift becomes a prison where you can no longer access your own authentic self. That's where David Kim found himself at age 41, standing on a red carpet at the Academy Awards, having just won the Oscar for Best Actor, surrounded by applause and camera flashes, and feeling more alone and disconnected than he'd ever felt in his life. David Kim was everything our culture celebrates: successful, famous, wealthy, admired by millions. He could disappear into any role so completely that critics called him a chameleon of extraordinary depth. But the very skill that made him a brilliant actor had gradually consumed his ability to simply be David Kim. For 20 years, David had been someone else professionally, sometimes literally for months at a time during filming. The line between performance and reality had become so blurred that he wasn't sure there was an authentic David left underneath all the characters he'd played. This crisis of identity led David to discover something that transformed not just his acting career, but his understanding of what it means to use influence and platform authentically. What he learned about the Buddhist concept of authentic self versus performed self didn't make him a worse actor, it made him a more powerful one, because for the first time in decades, he was performing from a place of genuine truth rather than sophisticated emptiness. This is the story of how David Kim found himself by learning to stop being everyone else. David Kim never intended to lose himself in acting. In fact, he'd originally been drawn to theatre because it felt like a way to explore human truth more deeply. Growing up in Los Angeles as the son of Korean immigrants, David had always been a keen observer of people. His parents ran a small grocery store in Koreatown, and David spent afternoons there watching customers, noticing how people presented themselves differently depending on the situation, how they performed various versions of themselves. This fascination with human behavior led him to theater in high school, then to a drama program at UCLA. David discovered he had an unusual gift, the ability to completely inhabit other people's emotional lives. He didn't just mimic their mannerisms or accents, he seemed to actually become them from the inside out. After college, David moved to New York for theater work. For 5 years, he did off-Broadway shows, developing his craft and earning critical recognition. Directors loved working with him because he brought complete commitment to every role, no matter how small. The transition to film happened gradually. A small part in an independent movie, then a supporting role in a studio film, then leading man roles that showcased his range. By his early 30s, David was one of Hollywood's most sought-after actors. What made David special wasn't just his acting ability, but his process. He didn't approach roles superficially. For each character, he would spend months researching their background, their psychology, their entire inner world. He would live as the character during filming, staying in their accent, maintaining their posture, thinking their thoughts even between takes. This method acting approach created performances of extraordinary depth. David could play a Vietnam veteran with such authenticity that actual veterans would approach him after screenings to thank him for capturing their experience. He could embody a jazz musician so completely that professional musicians swore he must have studied for decades. But there was a cost to this level of immersion that David didn't recognize until it was almost too late. Somewhere in his late 30s, after playing a particularly demanding role as a war correspondent with PTSD, David realized he couldn't remember what his own voice sounded like. Not just his accent, which he'd modulated for so many characters, but his actual thoughts, preferences, reactions when he wasn't performing. I could tell you exactly what my character from last month would think about any situation, David told me later. But if you asked me what David Kim thought, I honestly had no idea. This identity crisis was complicated by his personal relationships. David had learned to be so accommodating, so adaptable to what directors, co-stars, and even friends seemed to want from him, that he'd lost track of his own needs and desires. His romantic relationships particularly suffered. Partners would fall in love with the version of David they'd met, which was often influenced by whatever character he was preparing for or recovering from. But as that version faded and others emerged, they'd find themselves in relationship with someone who seemed to change fundamentally every few months. I was like a human mood ring, David reflected. Constantly shifting to match my environment, but with no stable core that remained consistent. The success made it harder to recognize the problem. Critics praised his chameleon-like ability to disappear into roles. Awards shows celebrated his transformation as an artist. The industry rewarded him handsomely for his ability to be anyone except himself. But by 2022, David found himself in a peculiar position. He was more famous and successful than he'd ever dreamed, yet he felt more lost and disconnected than he had as a struggling actor 20 years earlier. The breaking point came at the Academy Awards ceremony where he won Best Actor for his portrayal of a hospice worker helping people die with dignity. Standing at the podium with his Oscar, looking out at an audience of his peers, David realized he was about to give an acceptance speech and had no idea what he actually wanted to say. so he said nothing. He just stood there for 30 seconds, an eternity on live television, before finally whispering, "Thank you," and walking off stage. The media called it mysterious and artistic. But David knew the truth. He had literally forgotten how to speak as himself. The 30 seconds of silence that made headlines around the world were actually the first honest moment David Kim had experienced in years. Standing at that podium, holding his Oscar, David felt something he hadn't experienced since childhood: complete presence in his own skin. Not performing confidence, not channeling a character's triumph, just David Kim feeling overwhelmed and not knowing what to say. "Thank you," he whispered, and walked off stage. Backstage, everyone assumed it was an artistic choice. His publicist spun it as David's contemplative approach to success. Entertainment reporters called it powerfully authentic. But David knew it was actually a moment of complete breakdown disguised as a breakthrough. Later that night, at the traditional post-Oscar parties, David found himself doing what he'd always done, adapting to whatever energy the room required. With industry executives, he was the humble artist grateful for recognition. With other actors, he was the supportive colleague celebrating their achievements. With journalists, he was the thoughtful craftsman discussing his process. By 3 a.m., David was exhausted not from celebration, but from performing David Kim for 6 straight hours. He went home to his house in the Hollywood Hills, a house he'd bought because his manager said it was appropriate for someone of his stature, and sat in his living room surrounded by congratulations, flowers, his new Oscar, feeling more alone than he'd ever felt. That's when he did something he hadn't done in 20 years. He called his parents. "Oma," he said when his mother answered, using the Korean word for mother that he hadn't spoken since childhood. "I think I'm lost." His mother, who had watched her son become increasingly unrecognizable over the years of fame, said something that broke his heart with its simplicity. "We've been waiting for you to come home to yourself." The next morning, David made a decision that shocked his entire team. He took a sabbatical. No new projects, no meetings, no appearances. He needed to find David Kim before he could play anyone else. But after 2 weeks alone in his house, David realized he didn't know how to be alone with himself. He'd become so accustomed to external direction, scripts, directors, schedules, that he had no idea how to structure a day around his own preferences. That's when a friend suggested he try meditation. Not as research for a role, but as a way to reconnect with himself. David found a meditation center in West Hollywood and signed up for a beginner's class, using a fake name to avoid recognition. The teacher was a woman named Sharon Salzberg, a renowned Buddhist meditation instructor who had been working with creative professionals for decades. On his first day, Sharon gave instructions that seemed impossible. Just sit quietly and notice what's actually happening in your mind and body right now. Don't try to change anything or improve anything. Just observe. For someone who had spent 20 years actively trying to change his mind and body to match different characters, this instruction was revolutionary. David had forgotten that his thoughts and feelings could exist without purpose or direction. During that first meditation, David experienced something startling: boredom. Not the kind of boredom that needs to be fixed or entertained, but a simple, present moment recognition that nothing dramatic was happening. And for the first time in years, that felt peaceful rather than problematic. Over the following weeks, Sharon taught David about the Buddhist concept of authentic self versus performed self. In Buddhism, this relates to understanding your Buddha nature, the unchanging awareness that exists beneath all the roles you play and identities you adopt. Every human being performs different roles, Sharon explained during one of their sessions. Parent, professional, friend, citizen. Acting just makes this universal truth more obvious. The question isn't whether to perform, but whether you remember who's doing the performing. This distinction was crucial for David. The problem wasn't that he played characters. That was his art and his livelihood. The problem was that he'd lost connection to the constant consciousness that was present throughout all the performances. Sharon taught David practices for accessing what she called the witness, the part of awareness that observes all experiences without being changed by them. Whether he was playing a character or being himself, there was always this stable presence that remained David Kim. But the real transformation came when Sharon introduced David to other members of what she called an extraordinary group of professionals who'd been meeting informally for several years. That's how David met Marcus, the crypto founder who'd learned about impermanence. Madison, the influencer who'd discovered authenticity. Dr. Martinez, who'd found compassion in medicine. Jennifer, who'd learned forgiveness in law. Dr. Thompson, who'd recovered through Buddhist principles. And Robert, who transformed his relationship with wealth. I thought I was the only successful person who felt completely lost, David told me later. Meeting the others was like finding family I didn't know I had. The group met monthly in various locations, sometimes at Sharon's center, sometimes at Robert's home, occasionally at retreat centers outside the city. They called themselves the Executive Collective, and their gatherings became a place where highly successful professionals could be honest about the spiritual emptiness that often accompanies external achievement. But it was Madison who helped David make the crucial connection between his acting work and his spiritual development. "You know what I realized," Madison said during one of their meetings. "We're all in the influence business. I influence through social media. You influence through film. Dr. Martinez influences through medicine. The question is whether we're using our influence to serve something larger than our own ego." This conversation led David to explore the Buddhist concept of the Bodhisattva, someone who uses their abilities and influence to serve others' awakening rather than just personal advancement. "What if," Sharon suggested, "you approached your acting career as a form of spiritual service? What if your ability to help people feel seen and understood through your performances was actually a form of teaching?" This reframing transformed David's entire relationship with his work. Instead of seeing acting as something he did to achieve success, he began seeing it as a way to serve audiences' need for connection and understanding. When David finally returned to work 8 months later, his approach was completely different. He still researched characters thoroughly and committed fully to roles. But now he maintained what he called witness awareness throughout the process, always remembering that David Kim was playing a character rather than becoming one. The results were extraordinary. Critics noted a new depth and presence in his performances. "Kim brings something indefinable to his roles now," wrote one reviewer. "A quality of truth that makes even fictional characters feel more real than most people." But more importantly, David felt alive in his own life for the first time in decades. He could enjoy his success without being defined by it, use his platform to serve meaningful stories, and maintain authentic relationships because he knew who he was underneath all the performances. "Buddhism didn't make me a worse actor," David reflected. "It made me a human being who happens to act, instead of an actor who happened to be human." David's journey illustrates one of Buddhism's most practical teachings for anyone whose work involves performance, influence, or public presentation: the distinction between authentic self and performed self. In Buddhist psychology, this connects to the teaching of no self, anatta, which doesn't mean you don't exist, but that your identity is much more fluid and spacious than you typically imagine. Understanding this actually makes you more effective in different roles because you're not trying to protect a fixed identity. Sharon taught David about what Buddhism calls Buddha nature, the unchanging awareness that serves as the stable foundation for all changing experiences. Whether you're playing a character, leading a meeting, or having dinner with family, there's always this constant witness presence that remains you. For professionals whose work requires different presentations of self, this teaching is particularly valuable. Sales professionals, managers, teachers, therapists, consultants, anyone who adapts their communication style to different situations can benefit from maintaining connection to this stable core. David learned several key practices. First, witness awareness during role transitions. Instead of completely disappearing into characters or professional personas, David learned to maintain a subtle background awareness of the consciousness that was doing the performing. Second, daily identity meditation. Each morning, David practices connecting with his core values, preferences, and authentic responses before engaging with the world. This grounds him in his actual self before he begins any performances. Third, the understanding of skillful performance. Buddhism doesn't condemn all performance. It distinguishes between performance that serves others' well-being versus performance that only serves ego. David learned to ask, is this role serving the audience's understanding and growth, or just my own image? Fourth, practices for maintaining authentic relationships. David established specific times and spaces where he consciously drops all professional personas and practices, being completely unguarded with trusted friends and family. The Buddhist concept that most helped David was the Bodhisattva ideal, using your abilities and influence to serve others' awakening rather than just personal advancement. This transformed his entire career motivation. A Bodhisattva actor, Sharon explained, chooses roles based on whether they help audiences understand themselves and others more deeply. Success becomes measured not just by personal achievement, but by how much your work serves human understanding. This doesn't mean only taking serious or obviously meaningful roles. David learned that even entertainment can serve the Bodhisattva ideal when it helps people feel less alone, provides healthy escape from difficulty, or simply brings joy. Perhaps most importantly, David discovered that maintaining authentic self while performing actually enhances rather than diminishes performance quality. When you're not trying to protect a fixed identity, you can adapt more freely to what each role requires. The key insight is that authentic influence comes from a place of service rather than ego. When your performance, whether as an actor, leader, teacher, or any role, serves others' well-being rather than just your own image, it naturally becomes more effective and fulfilling. This teaching applies to anyone whose work involves influencing others. The more connected you are to your authentic motivation to serve, the more powerful and sustainable your influence becomes. David's integration of Buddhist principles into his acting career created practices that any professional dealing with performance, influence, or public presentation might find transformative. First, David established what he calls authentic anchoring before any professional performance. Whether preparing for a role, giving interviews, or attending industry events, he spends 10 minutes connecting with his core values and genuine motivation. Who am I serving in this situation? He asks. What authentic part of myself can serve this purpose? This practice has eliminated the exhaustion he used to feel from constant performance. When your professional presentation emerges from authentic motivation rather than image management, he explained, it becomes energizing rather than depleting. Second, David created witness breaks throughout filming days. Between takes, instead of staying completely in character, he practices brief moments of remembering David Kim's presence. This maintains continuity with his authentic self while allowing full commitment to the role. Directors have noticed that this approach actually improves his performances. David brings something extra now, one director observed. It's like he's fully committed to the character but also completely present as himself. The combination creates incredible authenticity. Third, David developed influence meditation for using his platform consciously. Before any public appearance or social media post, he practices loving-kindness meditation for his audience, asking, "How can I use this opportunity to serve others' well-being rather than just advance my own image?" This practice has transformed his relationship with fame. Instead of seeing public attention as something to manage or exploit, he sees it as responsibility for positive influence. Fourth, David established authenticity practices in his personal life. He schedules regular time with family and close friends, where he consciously drops all professional personas and practices, being completely unguarded. He also maintains hobbies and interests that he never publicizes, creating space for aspects of himself that exist independently of his career. Finally, David completely redefined professional success. Instead of measuring achievement only through awards, box office, or critical reception, he tracks what he calls service indicators, whether his work helps audiences feel less alone, understand themselves better, or experience meaningful emotions. The most surprising result has been that his softer approach has actually enhanced his career success. Audiences connect more deeply with his performances, directors appreciate his presence and professionalism, and industry relationships have become more genuine and supportive. Buddhist practice gave me something I never expected, David observed. Not just peace with success, but the ability to use success as a vehicle for serving something larger than myself. And it turns out that kind of authentic influence is exactly what the world needs more of. As you reflect on David's journey from lost performer to authentic influencer, consider your own relationship with performance and influence in your professional life. First, in what ways does your professional role require you to perform or present differently than you naturally are? How connected do you remain to your authentic self during these performances? And what would it look like to maintain that connection more consistently? Second, Buddhist teaching suggests that all influence is either serving ego or serving others' well-being. When you lead meetings, give presentations, or interact with colleagues and clients, what motivates your approach? How might your professional relationships change if you focused more on serving others' understanding than managing your own image? Third, if you saw your professional platform, however large or small, as an opportunity for positive influence rather than just personal advancement, what would you do differently? How How might this shift affect both your work satisfaction and your actual effectiveness? And finally, David learned that authentic influence comes from being fully yourself in service of others rather than being what you think others want. In your professional life, where might you be underestimating people's capacity to connect with your authentic self? Let these questions rest gently as our journey through the Executive Collective comes to a close. 7 professionals, 7 awakenings, 7 invitations to discover that success and spiritual fulfillment aren't opposing forces, they're the same force expressed with complete authenticity. Your own awakening may be just beginning. Three years ago, on a crisp October morning in Crestone, Colorado, 7 strangers walked through the wooden doors of Dharma Ocean Buddhist retreat. Each carried a different professional burden, the weight of billions lost, the exhaustion of performing perfection, the crushing responsibility of life and death decisions, the pain of broken relationships, the darkness of hidden addiction, the emptiness of material success, and the confusion of lost authenticity. They sat in silence together, these 7 souls, not knowing that their journeys would become intricately woven into something far greater than individual healing. The retreat teacher, an elderly Tibetan Lama with eyes that seemed to hold centuries of wisdom, smiled as he watched them during morning meditation. Later, he would tell his assistant, the prophecy begins to unfold. Western Dharma will emerge through those who hold responsibility for many. Marcus, the crypto founder, sat in the back corner, still checking his phone every few minutes, watching his empire crumble in real time. Madison, the influencer, wore sunglasses indoors, hiding eyes that had forgotten how to express genuine emotion. Dr. Martinez brought her medical pager, unable to fully disconnect from the hospital that consumed her life. Jennifer clutched legal documents she'd planned to review during breaks. Dr. Thompson's hands trembled slightly, withdrawal from the pills that helped him function. Robert stared out the window, calculating the opportunity cost of these 3 days away from markets. David wore a baseball cap pulled low, hoping no one would recognize him. By the final day, something had shifted. Not the dramatic awakening they might have expected, but gentle seeds planted in the fertile soil of their exhaustion. Seeds that would grow slowly, quietly, creating roots that would eventually intertwine in ways none of them could imagine. Marcus was the first to bloom. His crypto collapse, devastating as it felt, became the perfect laboratory for impermanence practice. When he started his consulting firm, 2 years later, he found himself naturally advising clients with unusual wisdom about attachment and letting go. His first major client, a former Goldman Sachs executive who had attended the same retreat, the mysterious Lama Tenzin. Madison's authenticity revolution rippled outward next. Her brave breakdown and rebuilding attracted the attention of others seeking real transformation. Among her first documentary subjects was a brilliant surgeon who had begun incorporating mindfulness into her medical practice. Dr. Martinez had found Madison through a mutual connection, a divorce attorney who was pioneering something called conscious divorce. Jennifer's forgiveness work had emerged from her own healing journey, but it truly crystallized when she began representing a prominent emergency room doctor going through a difficult addiction recovery. Dr. Thompson's case became her masterclass in applying Buddhist principles to legal advocacy. His recovery, supported by Jennifer's revolutionary approach, inspired his research into addiction patterns among high-performing professionals. The research caught the attention of Robert, whose hedge fund had been quietly investing in healthcare innovation. Robert's funding enabled Dr. Thompson's groundbreaking work, while Dr. Thompson's insights helped Robert understand his own addictive relationship with wealth accumulation. Their partnership became a model for conscious capitalism, business relationships built on mutual awakening rather than mere profit. David discovered the growing network when Madison interviewed him for her documentary series on professional authenticity. His relationship with Madison began as professional collaboration but deepened as they recognized kindred spirits navigating the intersection of public persona and private truth. David's platform amplified all their stories, while their wisdom grounded his celebrity in genuine purpose. 7 individual journeys, 7 unique awakenings, creating one interconnected web of transformation. Marcus's impermanence wisdom enabled Madison's courage to be authentic. Her truth-telling inspired Dr. Martinez's compassionate presence. Her healing approach guided Jennifer's forgiveness mastery. Jennifer's relationship skills supported Dr. Thompson's recovery. His medical insights informed Robert's wealth consciousness. Robert's resources empowered David's authentic influence. And David's platform shared all their wisdom with millions seeking the same integration of success and spiritual peace. Tonight, you've walked alongside each of these awakening leaders. You felt Marcus's relief as attachment loosened its grip. You've breathed with Madison as she chose truth over performance. You've experienced Dr. Martinez's heart-opening to healing presence. You've witnessed Jennifer's liberation through forgiveness. You've supported Dr. Thompson's courageous recovery. You've discovered Robert's path to conscious prosperity. You've celebrated David's authentic influence mastery. But their story is not complete. The executive collective continues to grow, one awakening professional at a time. You are not just listening to their journeys, you are being invited to join them. As you rest now, notice how your breath naturally slows. Feel your body releasing the day's accumulated tension. Your mind, having absorbed these 7 pillars of professional wisdom, begins integrating their teachings into your own career journey. Tomorrow, when you face difficult decisions, you carry Marcus's impermanence perspective. When authenticity challenges arise, Madison's courage flows through you. When leading others through crisis, Dr. Martinez's compassionate presence guides you. When relationships need healing, Jennifer's forgiveness mastery serves you. When dependencies threaten balance, Dr. Thompson's recovery wisdom protects you. When wealth creates pressure, Robert's conscious prosperity steadies you. When influence demands integrity, David's authentic courage inspires you. You are the 8th member of this expanding collective. Your professional journey is your spiritual path. Your success serves others' well-being. Your heart finds peace even in the most demanding careers. Sleep deeply, awakened leader. The Executive Collective welcomes you home.